Jesse in here cutting a promo, y'all. We'll be in a minute. Just Jesse's firing off a promo right now. One, muted, two, and
Perfect. The Heat to win.
three. What's good, everybody? Tyler, what's happening?
Yep.
Ramsey, David Jackson. What random stuff did Ramsey tweet to start the thread?
Hey, this is a kind of a bad Friday.
He didn't.
It's kind of a bad Friday.
Bad Friday.
Yeah.
What's up, Bryce? John Poles. Hey, Mrs.
shaved my
Mac
beard lower than I wanted to by accident.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it. Now I gotta wait like 2 weeks for it to grow the way it should.
That's funny. I could always tell when Chris used to do that. Like he'd come in like barefaced, like damn near barefaced. I'd be like, cut too low, didn't you? Yep. Got to start over.
Cut too low. Got to start it from the top. Wifey was not happy. She's like,
oh no. Oh,
so you look a mess.
Damn. Jazz.
Yeah, they don't like that. Dog. They don't like that. Once they say what
your dad posted a beardless Jesse is an experience. Mr. Tapia posted some pictures one day. I was like, "Is that? It is."
I haven't been beardless in years.
Yeah, I ain't going back. Bro.
That's how I feel when I let it like because I was like, I'm gonna do it this time. I'm gonna do it, and I get like a week into it, and I look in the mirror. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Like, you look ridiculous. Like, you look ridiculous.
You got to get through that.
There's just get through that. There's just like sporadic colors, man. It looks stupid.
I think you can rock a beard just fine. I got faith in you. I think you can do it rather easily.
No, it ain't gonna be easy. That's need that beard HGH.
Yeah, Leezy, I'm with you, bro. I don't think it's ever gonna happen for me, bro. I ain't never not gonna have a beard.
Not after the way Jazz talked to you this morning.
Nah, she was upset, bro. She said,
"You about to be alone."
Said, what'd you do? So I went too low. Actually, what happened was I had the guards, and I used the wrong guard. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh,
because I was just trying to shape it up a little bit or whatever.
Yeah,
use the wrong guard.
Oh man.
It's a bad Friday.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby.
Yes, sir.
Come on, man. Get in here. Hang out with us on this Friday. Bad Friday. According to Kenny Caraway.
It's a bad Friday, man. It's a bad Friday. I'm just trying to really get to 2 weeks from now. That's the goal.
Kenny almost got thrown out this morning because of a beard mishap. Oh, man.
That's the goal, man. Let me get to 2 weeks from now, man. That's all I need, man.
Y'all got 2 kids together, and Jazz almost threw you out the house because you cut your beard.
She said, I don't know if she's going to remember, but she said she was going to talk bad about me in the chat.
I believe that. Like, Jazz will regularly talk bad about you in the chat.
Yeah. It's not my finest hour.
Well, that's all right. We still love you. That's all right. We still, and I didn't even notice when you came in, but now that you pointed it out, it's all I can see.
Yeah, it's too low,
I can't see.
It's too low. It's not.
It's all
It's
right.
not as full as I wanted to be,
That's
man.
okay.
Come on, man. I
That's okay.
had the
Be back before you know it.
I had the 1/8 joints. I should have the 1/4 joints.
Okay.
Bad
Man,
job by
it's
me.
tough.
This is pros versus Joe's Kenny right here.
This it always comes back to pros versus
Shout out
Joes.
Pros versus Joes. September 1st will be the 13-year anniversary.
And how many months have you gone without referencing pros versus Joes?
Not more than 2.
Nah, I don't even think it's been that long.
So
Nor
it's
should
one
it
of the
be.
iconic episodes of all time.
I agree.
It is. It
It's
really
the only
is.
episode I've seen. So to me, it is the most
I used
iconic
to like-
episode.
Did you ever watch that show though?
I did.
I used to love
Yeah,
that
I've seen
show.
it before. Yeah,
I used-
absolutely.
I used to love it, man. They used to.
I thought the concept was great.
Oh,
Like,
it was
I always
great.
thought the
They should
concept.
bring it back.
Until you told me it
actually.
was rigged.
Well, I think mine was. So the thing about it was before
All right,
my
wait a-
season.
Of course, I to be fair, I don't think you really said it was rigged. To be fair, I think anything that's filmed is staged.
There was shady business with the guy that was on my team.
I believe it.
Shady business. But it used to be like when my season, they've been on for like 4 or 5 seasons. I guess people were tired of the format, so they wanted to bring like really skilled people in there to see if they could beat the pros. But remember when it first started, it was like bums who would talk crazy on the couch.
Right.
Like I could do better, and they would just get destroyed in every sport by these these retired athletes. That was some good stuff.
Yeah. No, I mean that's funny too. That has its advantages. But I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Appreciate you for being here for what will surely be one of the last episodes of D-Lo and KC. As my voice just each day just
Today
decide-
you hear it.
It's
Today
just,
you hear it.
It's just done. It's over.
Well, at least it's Friday. It's the weekend coming up. You can read.
No, I think it's done.
Oh,
I'm telling you, I think it's over. This is how it ends. I'm gonna be in here next week talking like this, and then it's Kenny and Co.
in between the sheets, D.
Well, bring it back. I'm hearing.
Midnight Love, D.
I'm hearing rumors about R&B Thursday, man. Sign me up, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. And it's rightful that the radio gods take my voice away from me, because there were 4 people on this show yesterday. You, Sarah, Kyle, Matt,
Batty Thursday.
Every single one of you said that the Denver Nuggets were going to cruise in game 1. And man, did they.
Oh.
They cruised from jump. Miami made a run, made it interesting quickly. I think they got it within 10 in the fourth quarter. I thought, okay, move the computer over. So because at that point, I was kind of like watching, do a little work, watch, do a little work. Like they was running away with it. And then they strung together some defensive possessions. They made some shots, which was the Miami Heat's biggest downfall last night, is they couldn't hit shots. And that was kind of it. Like they made it interesting for a minute. Michael Malone calls timeout. Denver regroups, close out the fourth quarter the way they ran the rest of the game. But a 104-93 victory for the Denver Nuggets. First time that the Miami Heat have lost this postseason. Michael Malone reminded them of that with the ESPN cameras in the locker room before the game. He said they went into Milwaukee and won game 1. They went into New York and won game 1. They went into Boston and won game 1. That ends tonight, not against us, not in our house. Let's go get game 1. And that's exactly what the Denver Nuggets did.
Hey, man. I'm gonna put it on wax, man. I ain't afraid to say
Okay,
it,
so I'm gonna say this. Jesse cut a hell of a promo like right before the show started, and Kenny's gonna echo it. These are the feelings of everybody involved. So go ahead and let it fly.
This series whack, man.
Come on,
this
man.
series
It's one
trash, man.
game.
There ain't no juice in this series.
It's
There ain't
one
no juice.
game.
And look, I love
Come on,
basketball.
Chris Broussard, don't do this.
I'm just saying, man. I love basketball. Jokic is amazing. Jamal Murray's amazing. Jimmy
He
Butler
is.
is amazing. Bam
Oh, he
Adebayo
struggled.
showed
Man,
up.
Bam had a game last night.
Yeah, I love basketball. I know what it is. Like I know what I'm watching, but I also love entertainment. Series boring, man.
It's one game. How you gonna say this?
Well, that game was boring.
Well, the game wasn't the best. I'll give you that. The game wasn't the best. We gotta let the series develop. See if some stories can be told. Now, maybe no stories can be told. Maybe the story is this is Nikola Jokic's crowning moment. Maybe that's what the story is. It's the Denver Nuggets. It's Michael Malone. It is their crowning moment. Maybe that's what the story is in Jimmy and Spo and the Miami Heat. They're characters in that story. But I'm gonna give them I'm not writing Miami off because they lost the first game. They've got to hit shots. That's what it boils down to. Like if this was Sacramento, you would have said if Sacramento hits their shots, they would have been fine. Miami did a lot right yesterday. They just, this crazy enough. This is the first time it's like, you really need Tyler Hero. You really need Tyler Hero out there. Like when because you got Bam cooking, like I thought, especially, the scrutiny that Bam was going to be under with Nikola Jokic on the other side. I thought he played really well. I thought Jokic was brilliant, but we'll get to that in a minute.
That's why, like, I understand what you're saying, but if it was the Kings and Jokic was playing like he was playing, it's like, I don't even know if that would matter. Hitting shots, they got no answer for him.
No one does. Like,
but they actually have one answer.
But
they got one answer, and I think they got to use it.
Is Hassan Whiteside back in Miami? What is it?
It's risky.
What?
And I heard Mark Jackson had the same thoughts, and a couple other people had the same thoughts. You just gotta let him score.
But that doesn't work. Like, what do you mean let him score?
Do not double him. He can't get 14 assists.
Because okay, I got you.
He can't get 14
I got
assists.
you. That's
if he has 45 and 6 assists,
yeah.
I think you have a better chance of winning.
I got
than
you.
29 and 14.
I thought his first half was brilliant. He let everyone eat in that first half. I think, and I apologize for not having the section box, the game book pulled up, but I think he had double-digit assists in the first half. And that was one, it's a byproduct of Denver obviously hitting shots, but two, like and it was really, really noticeable, especially in the first quarter. He was facilitating. He was going to get everybody on the floor with
5 field goal attempts in the first 3 quarters or something like that.
Was it that low? Wow.
I can't remember if it was
I'll
first
pull up
half
the
or
game
first
book.
3 quarters.
Let's see me.
But I know he had 5 field goal attempts late into the game. Like, it's crazy. He finished with 12.
Yeah,
he was 8 of 12 from the field.
Yeah, I mean, and still, I mean, he still wound up finishing with 27, 10, and 14.
Yeah,
is that the number?
Yeah, on 12 shots.
I got to get the game book, man.
So I mean, like, I don't even know if it'll work, but I think that's your best chance of playing against it. And he might drop 50 and you lose. But in these playoffs, ironically, and I'm not saying like, oh, it's a rule, it's going to happen. But the time he dropped 50 in these playoffs, they lost. It was game 4 against Phoenix.
That's right.
Now that took Devin Booker and Kevin Durant going insane also.
Yeah.
But I remember this used to be the case with Steve Nash a lot. Like, just let him score. And what I mean, I don't mean let him score, but just keep him with the one-on-ones. Like, whoever the matchup is, don't help off your guys. If it's Bam, do your best. Try to guard him, do the best that you can. If he scores, he scores. But the doubling and the fronting and having to rotate and all that, I just think that might not be the best way to go about it consistently if Miami wants a chance to win this series.
10 assists and 3 field goal attempts in the first half for Nikola Jokic. The Denver Nuggets in that first half shot 59%. Miami in turn shot 37%. Denver shot 45% from 3. Miami shot 23, and they took 6 more threes than Miami did. I understand people's gripe with this not being the sexy series and wanting the Celtics and the Lakers, or the Celtics or the Lakers, or some combination or some version of those teams being in there. Well, I'm not writing this series off yet. I didn't think yesterday was going to be easy work. You talked. I think you and Kyle talked about the rest that Denver had. I was leaning towards maybe that's going to be a detriment. But the one thing that kept giving me pause was they have not lost at home in a long time.
Yeah.
And I know March sounds like a long time ago. It's June 2nd. Like their last loss could have been like the end of March. You know what I mean? Like it's
That's still a
probably
long
not
time.
that.
That's still a long time,
right.
though.
But man, that's
That's 2 whole months that we're going.
here's
Oh,
the thing.
my.
Like I don't think they've lost in the playoffs at
Nope.
home, and
It was, I think it's 9-0, maybe less than that, maybe 7-0 or something like that.
yeah, I mean they.
No, I think it's 9.
That's what gave me. That's the one thing that kind of gave me pause again. I didn't think they'd run away with it. Anxious to see the response
Mhm.
by Miami. I might feel differently come Monday. I might feel like you on Monday, but right now it was game 1.
Mhm.
Denver did what Denver seemed to have done what everybody thought they were going to do.
Right.
How is Miami going to respond? That's what Miami has been really, really good at this postseason.
They have.
Is responding.
They have, absolutely.
So how are they going to respond to this?
They know that Sunday game 2 is, as close to a must win as you can get without being in an elimination situation. I don't think it's a situation where it's like they gotta, damn, Will Z just put a
That is
there.
a
It's crazy.
God bless it. That's a number.
Yeah.
Well, granted, they
They
haven't
3
lost very
games.
many playoff games.
They lost 3. They're 13-3 in the playoffs.
Will Z, baby in hand, probably looking like Keegan Murray right now, which is easily the funniest picture on the internet.
I love that picture.
He says Nikola Jokic is averaging 42 points in their losses
Mm.
and 26.9 in their wins.
Mm.
Man,
I think
you
your
guys
only
might be
choice
on.
is to make 'em-
You
make
guys
'em
might be
score.
onto something.
I got, I watched game 1, one game into the NBA finals, and I got one word for everybody.
Oh, jeez.
Yawn.
That's so out of line.
Yawn.
You know what the most entertaining part of last night's game was? Stop it. Come on, man. The most entertaining part of last night's game was when the game ended and it went to Matt George.
Oh,
who's
man.
Very thin. And Kevin John, who is also a very, very frail individual. And you get the 3 shot with the Incredible Hulk, the high flyer Henry Turner, who still 50 plus looks. He is a monster.
Come on, man.
That was an entertaining broadcast following the game for sure. We'll talk more about this game. We'll talk more about this series. Bro, we've got to talk about Adam Silver. Adam Silver's delivery just instills fear in you, the way he talked about Ja Morant last night. And then we're going to talk to Anthony Sain, host of the Anthony Sain Show. He's in Memphis, and he can give us kind of his perspective and a firsthand account of what's going on in that city with that franchise with Ja Morant. So that's all coming up. We're just getting started. Phone lines open for you as well. 916-909-1320. Steeler and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You see viewership in Miami was down compared to game 7.
Oh, Jesus.
We want Nuggets and Heat, though.
Jesus. That's Miami, though, dude. Like, Miami don't care.
Denver doesn't care about the Nuggets either, though.
I don't think Denver cares about the Nuggets either, but Miami don't care. Miami don't deserve what they have.
The vibes are just off for this series right now. You know what they need? They need some shit talking.
No.
That's what they need.
Neither of these teams is going to do that. Neither of these teams is going to do that.
It'll be a solid series, but we won't ever talk about it after it's over.
Yeah, that's a good point. I agree. But that even with all that being said, this is Denver's the best team in my opinion. Like it takes nothing away from their greatness this season. Nobody can mess with these guys.
Denver?
Yeah. Nobody can mess with them. Like they're that good.
I think Miami has something for them. Like, not they're going to come back and win the series, but they got to make a few adjustments, and I think they'll be fine.
Nuggets in 5.
John Poles, Henry's so big right now, he could be your bodyguard, bro. High Fly had the little polo shirt with the tight sleeves, so his arms were sticking out.
The High Flyer.
That dude still train every day. The High Flyer. He's good people, man. He's a good dude. How many games would the Kings get on Denver? Leezy, all of them. 4-0 Kings.
Never lost. Never lose.
Yeah, Rockin' New Era. I don't think the police covered anything up. I think I just think the NBA may have found out some stuff that they didn't know about. But you know, I'm gonna save that Rockin' New Era because I want to address that on the air. Because I thought about that last night.
That was kind of a trip to hear. I'll save it too.
That's right. You're right, Leezy. David Stern would have suspended Ja. He would have stopped game one. He'd have been like, hey, he would. In fact, he would have suspended him the day that video came out.
Before this season goes any further.
Yeah. I don't give a damn. There's a game 7 tonight. I want y'all to know. A committee of one. He's suspended.
I would say though, Ja can't mess up again.
Jesus, he really can't. Adam really did look like just a really disappointed father.
Come on, man.
He had one line, man. Oh, yeah, he had one line. I'll mention when we get back.
Come on, man. See, this is why don't nobody like y'all, man. Drew Down, get your people, man.
Get
your people. This person, whoever it is, has 15.5 thousand followers.
Okay.
Warrior super fan. It's called Chef Curry at Babyface Goat.
Okay.
Puts out a tweet, says, what's wrong with people? Gets 4,000 likes. Says the Warriors versus Kings was the real NBA Finals. Not gonna lie. How is it the real NBA Finals when neither one of them are playing for a championship? That's why don't nobody like y'all. Not even a Kings fan would say something like that.
Now, I'm not going to defend those people. Drew Down, get your people. 925 views, get your people. I'll say maybe what he should have said is Kings Warriors was the most entertaining series in the postseason.
That's all you got to say. Hey.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm not even going to talk about this. This don't even need to come to the air because it don't need to come to the air. But
I didn't know before the playoffs started I was going to hate like 90% of the Warriors fan base. Like, I just did not know that. I was not prepared for that.
I know there'd be a little heat, but I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know it was going to be like this.
Oh, whatever. So remember, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, Sarah, it was Batty Thursday. And I was talking about how like these athletes and coaches, like why are they so not wanting to talk to the media?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you guys are tripping. Like, just talk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not that big of a deal. Went on this whole diatribe about this, right? Did you see Nick Nurse yesterday?
I didn't. Nick Nurse press conference was yesterday?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
So we'll find.
How did I miss that?
The clip. Did you see it?
Yeah, you're talking about the Howard Eskin clip?
Yeah. Well, if you find that, bring that in.
Howard Eskin.
So Howard Eskin, Philly broadcaster and sports guy, whatever, has this dialogue with Nick Nurse. Nick Nurse is talking or whatever, and Eskin asks him, I don't even want to reenact it. I'll wait till we find it so we can play it for you. But the whole premise of this whole thing is, see, this is why they don't want to talk to nobody. This is why Joe Mazzulla, a.k.a. Jimmy Cozier, is as short as he is with the media, especially the East Coast media. Because you're gonna hear this, and
I think I got it. It's a 20-second or so clip.
If I see, because part of it is like if I was Nick Nurse, I might have gone in. I might have told Howard Eskin to shut the hell up.
Well,
first of all, you cutting me off.
Oh.
Second of all, shut the hell up.
So the title of this tweet is Nick Nurse has been here for 2 seconds and Howard Eskin is already being annoying. So let's bring this up on the screen and let's hear Nick Nurse Howard Eskin.
better at the end of those 2 months than
Do you want James Harden back?
Pardon me?
Do you want James Harden back?
James Harden's a great player.
That didn't answer the question.
Well, I would say this is that James has a decision to make, and I'd be very happy if he came back.
Now, a lot of people like that. They'll be like, oh, that's reporting. That's what you're supposed to do.
No,
First of all, you cut me off twice.
No.
I didn't even realize. Shut the hell up. How about that?
Mhm.
Number two, Howard Eskin, you've been in this game for long enough. Let's just be real. This is what I do get frustrated with the media sometimes, and Howard Eskin and guys like that. You know he can only answer that question one way.
Yeah.
Why are you asking him that question and expecting, I don't want to say an honest answer because maybe he does really want to,
Well,
but expecting like a candid answer?
yeah. Here's my issue isn't asking the question. Like, because you almost like I do believe you have to.
You have to ask.
But you also have to allow him to answer the way he has to answer. And yes, I absolutely want James. Like, he's not going to say that. He's not going to put Daryl Morey in that position. He's not going to put this franchise in a position.
And he's also not going to say no.
Right. He's also, again, he's not going to put Daryl Morey in that position.
Right.
And he's not going to put the franchise in that position. Of course, these guys, it's silly, man. It's
the
question
silly. And let him answer and move on. Not the you didn't answer the question.
That's the
who the hell are you talking to?
That's why you have to tiptoe around so much when you do these interviews. Like we talk about Steve Kerr a lot, and Steve Kerr, this group is maxed out. Well, in hindsight, Steve probably shouldn't have said that because what if they're back? Like serious, like for real. Like what if they're then what? Well, guys, let's go play basketball. I mean, we ain't going nowhere.
Right.
This group's maxed out, but let's go play. Like, what do you do in that situation? So it's tough because that's not what we do, right? Like that's not what you and I do. So I sympathize with the subject and I sympathize with the reporter. And I think it's really, really, really difficult to talk after games. Especially after losses, season-ending losses. I think it's really, really difficult. And in this situation, when your introductory press conference, you're going to be asked difficult questions. Howard Eskin, like that's just not my brand. It's just not my bag. Like antagonist, like you could be an aggressive reporter.
Right.
For whatever faults she had. I thought Rachel Nichols was a really good reporter. Like when you watch some of the stuff that she did when she wasn't with ESPN and was with, I think it was CNN, and would be at the Roger Goodell press conferences, she would press Roger Goodell. Not she wouldn't ask anything unfair. She wouldn't ask anything that you had to, like what just went on with Howard Eskin and Nick Nurse. But she would ask tough questions and tough follow-ups. And it's a difficult job. And some people are really good at it. What Howard's doing and what they're just being antagonistic.
Right.
And that's
Trying
not
to get him in a gotcha moment.
Yeah, like what
get
are you
him
going
caught
to get
up
out of that?
Like you said, you asked the question, yes. But first of all, cutting him off while he's answering the question. Like now, like I said, I don't know why I'm so turned up about it. But now I'm if I'm Nick Nurse, calm your ass down.
In the flip side to that is what happened with Joel Embiid. When he was asked about James Harden, he answered and then expanded. And then someone took the expansion and they killed Joe for it. Just brutalized him for it. It's I think part of it is the social media world. That's what it is. You can clip something and say, this is what it means. Like you could probably string together clips of De'Aaron and put it on and tag that picture to it. And somehow I hate Keegan Murray. Like it'll string together, like it'll have 4 different outfits on. Yeah. But like you can, like that's what social does. Like it's about views now. It's not about like the quality of your content. Right. It's about how can I get people to see it.
Right. There's just I don't know, and I don't want to paint it with a broad brush because there are some instances where it's like, yo, you need to, as a reporter or something, I want you to lay into this guy or force him to answer questions. Don't let him dance around things. Like, for instance, like Rob Manfred, like this A situation. If he did a press conference, no, don't let him off the hook. Howard Eskin, that's somebody you interrupt or whatever. Like, that's what you do that. But somebody like Nick Nurse, and then like, after games and players, when they be trying to grow, why did you make this call? Yeah, but why did you make this? Like, stop all that, bro. Like, let him answer the question. He answers it however he feels he needs to. You did your job. They did their job. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not really into that all. Oh yeah, we pinned him to the wall. We made him. We grilled him. Like, stop, bro. Stop. Not even that deep.
I'm embarrassed. I missed all of Nick Nurse's press conference. We wrapped up the show.
I
got
didn't know
home
what
and got
happened
in
either.
finals mode. I had no idea.
I saw it at night. I saw that clip at night.
Couldn't have waited till today. Like, there's nothing going. You couldn't have done it today. All right, it's cool. Like, hey, we'll get to the Frank Vogel news coming up here in just a few minutes. We learned over the weekend that the Phoenix Suns were deciding between Doc Rivers and Frank Vogel. I chuckled when I had that conversation. I absolutely thought they were going with Doc.
I thought so too.
I absolutely thought they were going with Doc Rivers.
If they couldn't get Tyler.
But apparently that has gone a certain direction as well as the Suns hire Frank Vogel. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Anthony Sain, host of the Anthony Sain Show, is going to join us coming up here in just a heartbeat. He works out of Memphis, very familiar with the Grizzlies organization. And man, that finals coverage kicked off with Adam Silver. Adam Silver said a lot yesterday in regards to Ja Morant. He made it clear no punishment would be announced during the finals. He made it clear he wasn't going to do anything to distract from these players and these teams competing for the NBA championship. But man, that and Adam is so dry when he talks. Just hearing like those words of, we'll announce the punishment later. We uncovered a lot in this process that we didn't know before. And the line that I just can't get out of my head, rent-free right next to Bonte Hill. I don't know what it'll take to change his behavior. He was asked about the original suspension and if a longer suspension would have maybe curtailed this. And as he's answering that question uninterrupted, he said, I don't know if that would have worked, and I don't know what it'll take to change his behavior. And man, that's concerning. I feel like that's concerning.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with Adam as well. It's like, I don't know. You could have suspended him for the season this first time. And I just don't think mentally and emotionally he was in a place to take what happened seriously. I could be wrong, you know what I mean? But it feels like it's one of those situations. Oh man, they hating on you type deal. Like, instead of looking at what you did that was wrong, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that first time around, I don't know if there was much that was going to change his outlook on things. This time, maybe. But my issue with Ja, we'll talk to Anthony about it. He's much closer to the situation, but I think he's just arrogant. So that's when Adam says that, I think that's more so what it is. Like, I don't know how seriously Ja takes any of this even now.
Well, let's ask him. Anthony Sain, host of Anthony Sain Show. And from what I understand, he is the tribal chief of Memphis Grizzlies Twitter. So
acknowledge me.
Tribal chief.
There it is.
We appreciate you for being with us. Let's bring you right into the conversation, man. What is your, like, how do you feel about Ja Morant? What do you think his attitude is and his mentality is? I
caught the tail end of what you guys were talking about just then. Ja is a kind of a difficult personality to understand. I don't know if you guys get into the personality type stuff, but you have your introverted personalities and your extroverted personalities, then you have your ambiverted personalities. Ja is clearly an ambivert. He's one of those guys who goes back and forth between wanting to be social and then wanting to be antisocial. Always a strange interview. You never know which version of him you're going to get a lot of times. And I will say that a lot of stuff that he does, like I heard you use the word arrogant. I'm not gonna disagree that a lot of stuff he does comes off as arrogant, but to me, I think that's all rooted in insecurity. I don't really think Ja has a strong grasp of who he is as a man, who he is as a player. You can just tell from a lot of things that he does. It's a lot of bravado, but there's clearly something else, behind that or whatever. I don't say that as a derogatory statement, but I just think that's something that's room for improvement. Something definitely has to, mature in. I think that the majority of us here in Memphis are pulling for him, even for selfish reasons, even if it's because we want a team that's, a good basketball team for the next, 6-7 years. If it's only for that, there are a lot of people who are pulling for Ja. But we for the most part believe that he can mature from this. We know he can mature. We're the same city that watched Zach Randolph. You know what I mean? So we've seen and Ja's bag isn't nearly as heinous as Zebo's was coming to Memphis. And the version of Zebo you guys got definitely wasn't the version that we got for sure. So he definitely does have room for improvement. I think that he definitely can, be rehabilitated to not make the type of self-destructive, toxic moves against himself. But we're all still kind of wait and see. But ultimately, hoping for the best.
Look, man, I'm sorry, Casey. If the gist of your point was to send Ja to Sacramento to rehab him, like they did with Zebo, like, look, man,
No, Zebo is
Holmes.
You guys got
interviewing a Alex Lynn.
You guys got old man domesticated Zebo. We got still had some young bull left in them, Zebo. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but when we traded for Zebo, I know local media here was killing it. Like they were like,
right,
oh, man.
Anthony. That was not too long after he punched Ruben Patterson, right? Him and Quintel Woods.
Zebo was a fool when we got him. You know what I mean? His reputation was nasty. You know what I mean? And Zebo became a model citizen here, like, paying MLG&W bills, making donations to kids, feeding kids, doing food basket giveaways, free haircuts to start the school year, free basketball camps. Zebo really did those things to rehabilitate his career and his image. And those are some of the things Ja is going to have to do as well, man. Like I said, the version of, if y'all got old man Zebo, y'all got ready to put his jersey up in the Grizzlies FedEx Forum version. Like, I'm about to wrap this whole thing up. That ain't the Zebo we got. You know what I mean? I just use that as an example of, guys can change for sure.
Anthony, you've seen Ja since the moment he stepped into Memphis. What it kind of feels like this year was crazy and like spiraled. Is that really how it was? Like, was it just this year where he started wilding, or is it something that he's kind of been wrestling with since he came to Memphis, came into the league?
I think it stopped being cute this year. Ja has always been wild, you know what I mean? But this time last year, we were calling him Casamigos Morant, like publicly being drunk and acting a fool is cool. Like that's what we were doing last summer with him. And he was Casamigos Morant. And all the things he was and this is what kills me the most, man. I wake up this morning and I see I forgot Kendrick Perkins. He's doing all this stuff about talking bad about the city of Memphis and talking bad about Ja. I'm like, bro, you are the man that coined G12, and the G don't stand for Gatorade. It don't stand for good. You know what I mean? Like you were out here calling him Gangster 12, and now you're acting like he has to get out of Memphis to rehabilitate and all these type of things. But like I said, Ja's been kind of on the edge. He's always been doing wild stuff. And that comes with, he's a guy who's often compared to Allen Iverson because of his appeal he has to kids, appeal he has to the urban community, the street credibility he has, all these type of things. The look how Allen Iverson looked like hip hop in the 90s and early 2000s. Ja Morant looks like hip hop in 2023. But with that, you can't put that type of moniker on a guy and look down on the things that come with that. You know what I mean? But like I said, Ja has been wild, man. He's been wild for sure, especially stories that, didn't make the news that you hear about with him. But the stuff that's coming out now, it gives more spiral out of control than just, hey, look at Ja's out there wilding and drunk and talking, out of his, butt or whatever. I don't know what I can say on here, but yeah.
Hey, let it fly, bro.
We on the radio. You can say ass.
All right.
But that meant, like, I love the comp there. AI was like but he was like at the time, because when around those early 2000s, he was like a representation kind of like universally of hip hop. I feel like Ja is like a really specific version of hip hop right now. Like there's different layers as hip hop exists today in 2023. And, you know, not just to play on the record, but he's like the NBA, you know, young boy version.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like it's yo,
He ain't Nas.
be a different version of hip hop. Like you can still be hip hop, but don't be that version. Like hip hop don't even want to be that hip hop version. Like
right.
What are you doing?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Casamigos is that's not cool.
Like,
oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. What did you think when Adam spoke yesterday?
Man, there was a lot of overreaction, I think, to that whole situation. I was on one of the local radio shows here, the Jason and John show on 92.9 ESPN, and we were talking about this exact subject. And I was like, bro, like the last time Adam Silver talked, the whole thing about not putting the news out during the finals, I get that, whatever. That's not the big deal. But there are people going crazy over the whole additional information thing. As if they have found out Ja's robbed a bank, or he's a gang lord, or he shot somebody, or he pinched a baby in Walmart. I mean, there are people like trying to make sense of the whole additional information thing. And I think it's as simple as the last time Adam Silver talked, he said that right now, I see the video, I see what you guys see, but we have to actually check the, you know, validity of this video, you know, make sure that it's not an old video. We have to make sure that, you know, I'm looking at grainy footage. We have to make sure this is what I think I saw was what I actually see. And we have to talk to Ja and all those type of things. I think that the part that he said that we've gathered a fair amount of additional information lets you know that he's came to the conclusion that what I saw is what actually happened. We came to a conclusion. We're about to suspend Ja for whatever amount of time. I don't think that it's something outside of what we already know that's on the table. A lot of people acting like, well, yeah, man, they, you know, whatever. I hear a range of different crazy things.
He's Franklin from Snowfall. That's what
exactly. That's what people are trying to act like. You know, and I just think we just have to keep in mind that Ja didn't commit a crime. The video that came out was very irresponsible. He made he was loosely managing a gun. You know, you're talking about a situation where he wasn't in harm, he wasn't defending himself, he wasn't hunting. At least I don't think he was. He's loosely being irresponsible with the uses of a gun, which is a bad image to put out. I totally understand those type of things, but he didn't commit a crime. He was in his driveway at his house in a vehicle that wasn't moving, acting a fool with a friend of his. And some of the things that people are saying, like, the punishments they think he should get are just totally overblown, in my opinion. People are just really wilding out with some of the stuff they're saying. When you really step back and look at what he actually did, as comparison to what people are suggesting his punishment should be, it's been wild for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that. I know a lot of people were talking about 40, 50 games or whatever, and it was kind of tough for me to say 40 or 50 games for essentially a bad look.
Yeah, exactly, man.
I feel like I feel like that could wind up being the bigger issue.
But that should, in my opinion, that should go from 10 to 30, not 10 to 50.
And here's the thing, man. Like, I think that Adam Silver realizes there's no way in the world that I can make Ja Morant's suspension longer than I gave Miles Bridges. Like, there's no planet in which he's going to do that. And I think he's aware of that. I think that the Players Association is aware of that because they all working together. I think, and I just think this is not happening, bro. You know what I mean? And if you look at, people are talking about something, there's going to be something unprecedented is going to happen. It's going to be, the word unprecedented is going out a lot.
Oh, it ain't going to be that.
They
didn't live through Ron Artest. It ain't going to be that.
Right. While not, people are saying that while not realizing, bro, when you're talking about conduct detrimental to the league type penalties, 8 games was unprecedented. Like, you don't see a lot of super long fines for conduct detrimental to the league, or basically the wilding out rule. Oh man, you bugging rule. Like, you don't see a lot of unprecedented, like huge, like you don't see a lot of lengthy suspensions like that in NBA history, period. Unless you're talking about fighting, drug abuse, pulling the gun out in an arena and threatening the teammate, that type of stuff, fighting fans in the crowd. That's when you get into those huge 30, 40, 50 game suspensions. and I just or beating your wife in the situation of Miles Bridges, to try to put Ja in those type of conversations for basically flexing and being an idiot with his friend. That's at his house, man. You know what I mean? Like this, I can't see. Because if you just looked at it under a microscope, hoping not being long-winded with y'all, but if you're just looking at it under a microscope, man, this incident isn't even as bad as the one he did in Colorado. If you really just want to compare the two. In Colorado,
I was going to say that may be the information that Silver found out, is that he was traveling on the team planes with the gun. Because I don't think
I'm here to say that I don't think that's the case. I'm not going to say it's definitely not the case. Then y'all be asking me how I know that, but I don't think that's the case. But that's what I'm saying. It's not as bad.
We can read between the lines, bro. We can read between the lines. We got you.
Yeah. So it's like if in an incident in Colorado, he's in a public place, clearly intoxicated, surrounded by people, dangling a gun around, dangling his baby gun around people.
He need to get 10 games just for that.
Just for that Cracker Jack bottom of the box gun he had. As compared to literally sitting in his driveway in a car he's not driving, sitting in the passenger side, sitting still in the car. The gun flashes for literally a millisecond. Like they had to slow down the tape. If I'd have just watched that video in real time, I would have never known Ja had a gun. And I've seen the video in real time a million times. I've yet to see the gun in the video, but once they slow it down, oh crap, he's got a gun. So this incident isn't nearly as bad as the last time. Plus, it was during the season. He was on a road trip. It was fresh off the major stuff that he had gotten into. When you're talking about, the incident with him in the domestic issue, fighting in the basketball game with the minor. It was fresh off of that type of stuff. That looked a whole lot worse than what he did this time. And a lot of I hate to go here, man. I don't know what type of affiliate you guys work for, but the plantation mentality that a lot of people of color are using describing this situation with Ja is simply disgusting to me. How we're using words like, well, he's a multiple time offender, and they're gonna teach Ja a lesson. And like, man, this is not the plantation, bro. Like, that's not how this works. You know what I mean? We like and this, well, he lied to Adam Silver. Guess what? Adam Silver's gonna lie to Ja a lot. That's gonna happen a lot of times in Ja Morant's career, man. And Adam Silver came on TV and basically said, because of who Ja Morant is, this is gonna be looked at differently. If this was Earl Boykins, you know what I mean? He basically said, because Ja has this much influence, and because we want to put Ja in a place where he's one of the faces of the league, we're going to punish him because of it. And it's too many people of color, in my opinion, that are co-signing that whole narrative. And I get it. I understand that comes with the job, that comes with being a superstar. But I think anything obsessive would be kind of wild. And I did an interview on my show real quick. And I'll stop being long, I promise you. I did an interview on my show with a young lady here who's a former county commissioner. And she said the only problem she has with any of this suspension talk is if your goal is to actually help Ja, and if your goal is to actually help him be that ambassador for your league and to create this positive image for your league and to help him in the long haul, why aren't there more clearly communicated things happening to obviously rehabilitate him? Why aren't you setting up programs for him? Why aren't you making mandatory a big brother type situation where he's got to spend time with a Zach Randolph or whoever, or give back to the community or spend time in service so he can actually see? She said this so eloquently, man. She was like, if you're telling Ja he's an influence on kids, let him see the kids he's influenced. Won't you see if those type of things work? And I don't mean to set up PR. Let's get the rich kids sitting on the front row and give them a pair of jobs, which they've done time and time again. Go get the kids in the 200s and bring them down front and let him see his impact on these inner city kids whose parents are saving money to go buy his shoes. You know what I mean? Like myself. You know what I mean? Do those. If you really care about Ja's long haul, that's the type of implementation needs to happen, not just taking them off the court. Because do we really want to see Ja with more free time? That's the question I have, man.
Yeah, man. There's a lot there. By the way, just because Anthony brought up the shoe, Ja's shoe sold out
in seconds.
It was gone as quick as the Tiana Taylor's was yesterday.
Don't remind me, that Tiana Taylor L I took. I'm not over that yet, bro. Don't remind me.
I want to ask you, because you're being great with your time, and I know you got a lot to do, but I do want to ask, because this is something that's discussed a lot. Mm-hmm. Is it Ja, or is it the people around Ja?
I'll say this to you guys, Kenny and Damien. Ja is not being kidnapped. He's not being held hostage. He's a able-bodied millionaire. If things like that can't prevent you from, what I'm basically saying is no outside influence can be blamed for things that Ja's doing. He's not doing any of this stuff against his will. He has to. But here's the thing: we talked about this too, man. Just in the urban community or in the Black community, there are people that may be in your life, man, where when you say that's my brother, there's literally no difference between him and your blood brother other than blood. You know what I mean? So you don't know how far back those guys go. It's kind of hard to just cut off people who have that type of level of loyalty in your life, or you have that perceived level of loyalty that you feel like you owe them something. You owe them your loyalty. But it's hard. It's easier said than done. But Ja ultimately has to make that decision on and to say, hey man, if you're gonna be around me, me and you have to get our stuff together and move different. I don't want to cut you off, but me and you together have to start moving like a millionaire and my liability, which is who you are, because your lifestyle is financed off of me. Like the stuff that you're doing, because that guy Devontae Pack, he played college basketball too, but he's not a professional basketball player. That guy's lifestyle is because of Ja Morant. And sometimes, man, I'll just say this, like sometimes the people who are around you, they can be jealous of your life, even though you are the person who is their lifeline. You're the person who's making them who they are. Sometimes people want your life, especially talking about two guys who play basketball. We played on the same hoops as kids. We played in the same gyms. You know what I mean? We played, on the same teams, these type of things. And when I see you and your NBA megastar, and I'm just your buddy, those guys don't always mean, those guys won't always have the best intentions for you at all.
Man, that's great stuff, man. You gave us a lot to think about. You were really generous with your time, man. Know how busy you are today.
Man, it's all good.
We appreciate you, man. We got to do this again down the road. Hopefully, just talk hoops next time.
For sure, man. We got to get you guys on my show, Anthony Sain show here in Memphis.
Say less. We got you.
For sure.
It's the tribal chief right there.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. We got you.
Acknowledge me.
Anthony Sain right there, the Anthony Sain show, fresh out of Memphis, man. Really, really great stuff from him. He said a lot there. I want to try to dissect some of this. He brought up Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges' suspension was 30 games. The weird thing about Miles is I feel like he got a 30-game suspension. They wanted some of it to bleed over into next year. He was essentially suspended for the year, though. Like his crime and what he did was a crime. Kept him out of the league. Right? It wasn't an official suspension. He wasn't making any money. He wasn't playing ball.
Right.
He wasn't doing anything. So those ones, Adam Silver didn't suspend him 92 games with 50 or with, I guess it would be 60 as time served, or I'm trying to do math in my head and it's not going well, but you know what I mean? Like he didn't do any of the time served stuff with Miles Bridges. So like there's kind of that like caveat to that. While I get Anthony's point, and I do think there is some validity to that, I don't agree with and I'm not saying this because he's not here. He had to go. I would have loved to continue. I would have loved. I would have loved to have had the plantation conversation with him, because I actually do think there's validity to the mistakes piling up, and I don't think that's a plantation type mentality. I think Adam gave him a lifeline, and he didn't take it with the first punishment, because remember and this perhaps is where Adam Silver in the league could have to approach this delicately. The infraction that he was suspended for was the incident in Colorado.
Right.
But as Anthony pointed out, the incident in Colorado followed the Washington Post report about the high school game, where in that Washington Post report, we learned about I think it was finish line incident at the mall. Like we learned about that. And now
the kid at his house.
Man, these things are starting to pile up. It's the incident with I think it was Portland security. I can't remember whose security it was, but Indiana. Thank you. That's exactly what it was. Indiana. And then we all just kind of brushed past the Shannon Sharpe thing as if that didn't happen. As if like that's now I'm not going to blame Ja as much for that, but it's not even 6 degrees of separation to Ja. Like his dad is involved in that. It's like, what are we doing right now?
Right.
This is professional basketball.
Right.
And I feel like where the league, the Players Association, Adam Silver could be in a little bit of trouble here is it appears at least you didn't incorporate those incidents in your first suspension.
Right.
Why would you do it in your second?
Right.
And it's going to take, like, I agree with Anthony that the NBA and the NBA Players Association are working together because that's what they do here. But if I'm the NBA Players Association, their job is to fight for the player.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm the head of the association, if I think it's CJ McCollum, right? If I'm CJ McCollum, I'm like, hey, wait a minute.
For the year.
Like, wait. Well, hell, man, maybe. Maybe, but his job is to rep all players. And I'm asking, like, hey, you're retroactively suspending him for that stuff when you had the opportunity to do it during the season and you didn't. Now I need you to explain to me how and why you're doing that. And that's tough to me.
And well, to me, it's not that tough.
Okay.
Because if I'm Adam Silver and we're sitting up here and we're talking, this ain't media talk. We sitting in a boardroom and we're talking.
Yeah.
And CJ McCollum says that to me. I'll say kind of what you just said. I gave him an opportunity. And I gave him, as we would say, I gave him a solid. All that stuff was on the table. And I said, you know what? This time I'll look past it and I'll only talk about Colorado. You just make sure absolutely nothing comes up again, or else all this stuff's going to come into play.
I got you. And like, as you're saying that, like, I've never been in front of a judge, but I watched a lot of judge shows and hey, keep your hands clean and we're good. But if you don't, all of that stuff I read off. I've seen Judge Judy. I've seen Bailiff Bird. Like, I've seen it. Yeah. And then you come back in and it's like, okay, I told you. I was willing to put all that stuff away if you did this. You didn't do it. Now all of that stuff is coming back. Yeah.
And I don't think they should throw the book at him or anything like that. But I also like kind of get what you get. You get what you get.
And I don't know what that is. Adam was so vague last night in his comments and just so.
Was he asked about Ja?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm saying, because if he wasn't asked about Ja, I wouldn't have brought that up.
No, he was asked about Ja.
And even then, I don't even know if I would have gone into that. I probably would have been like, I'm here at the finals. We'll address that after the season. I'm not saying,
but that's what that's what this press conference is normally
it's
for.
The state of the league.
Yeah, that's
the state of the league.
But by the way, I do applaud him for it. It was essentially, I'm going to reference it now, but I won't reference it again until the season is over. I'm okay with that. He was asked about Eric Lewis, which I kind of thought was funny.
I didn't see.
I do kind of want to get back to the Eric Lewis thing because I get and I get, Adam was like, it doesn't seem appropriate to have him, ref in these finals right now with this investigation going on. But I think you asked the question yesterday, did he like do something wrong?
He didn't do nothing wrong.
Did he commit a crime? And I think what I'm guessing, and I certainly don't know.
He didn't even do anything inappropriate.
I think what you're doing is you're trying to, like, because you need to be 100% with Eric Lewis, that you need to go through every tweet, every reply, every like, and make sure there's no favoritism anywhere. Like to me, there are certain professions that you just can't have a social media account, and being an official in a professional sport is probably one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think about his situation, and to the best of my knowledge, I don't know all the tweets that got pulled up or what the account was saying, but it was more like defending Eric Lewis, but defending like the calls and stuff like that. It wasn't like LeBron's a jackass, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now you're
right,
coaching. It wasn't that. It was just like somebody's like, "Oh, this referee stinks." It's like, well, actually, if you look at the replay, you see that he actually did a good job. Like, that's what it is. So I don't The conversation with that one would just be like, Eric, don't do that no more.
Yeah, don't right.
All right,
Yeah.
like we're
Hey,
not docking your pay, we're not docking your status, or
don't
nothing
tell
like
your
that.
tell your
Just-
brother to not do it either. Your brother to not do it. Hey, let's get Manny in here real quick. I know we've been talking for a while. We'll let this keep riding out. 916-909-1320. Manny, what's going on, baby?
What's up, my brothers?
Shot-Town in the house. What up, baby?
Shot-Town. So I got something about talking about. I agree with everything, D-Lo, that you were bringing up about the comments, but the one thing that struck out with me was talking about getting rid of people around you, right? That how hard it is. Look, as soon as you have a child, all that stuff is out the window. Whatever you need to do is what you need to do, not only for the benefit of yourself, but for the most important people around you. I could tell you just real quick, like when I go back to Chicago and visit, I have a certain amount of friends that still are in the streets, still do their thing, and I love them to death, and I always will. But I always tell them, if you need anything, give me a holler, whatever. But I cannot go where you're at. I cannot. It could just be something as simple as I stop by and say hi, and then you go somewhere else in Chicago, and somebody associates you with what they're doing, and something tragic could happen between you and your family because of something stupid as that. And it may sound dramatic, but it's the truth. So I love them. I'm always going to be there for them if they need some. But because of what you do or what you are capable of doing, I cannot be associated with that anymore, be in that environment, because I have a family to look out for. So there's not even a question that they understand that if they're reals, and if they're not, then deuces. Then you don't need to be around me anyway.
Yeah. No, you're
Manny,
100% right.
Yeah, appreciate you as always, brother. Thank you.
The issue here is, and Anthony alluded to it, you talked about it, is John's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't want to say his friends aren't the problem, but like he said, he's not being kidnapped.
Well,
he's not being forced to do any of these things and being in any of these situations. He's doing it willingly.
I'd love
if
to.
he don't change, then how's any of this going to change?
We'll talk the Suns hiring Frank Vogel and get back to the finals and all of that. I'd love to continue this conversation. The phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. It's Tilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. More here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, check your Google chats. No, just Kenny. It was something from Glenn. And check that out and make sure you're good with that.
Yeah. What is that?
Damn.
Oh.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Might be for both of us because it looks like cut in half.
Wow. That's all I can say. No, I'm good, man. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Weren't they here or something like that? There was
who
lunch
is it?
there. Togo's.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll respond to this. John Poles said something.
John Poles
said it's not hard to say no to your friends. I don't think the friends are like, hey, John, hold this blicky real quick. Hold the blick real quick. Like, he's got that on his own. Just come on, man. On a bleak, that's not. Ran down, pockets ran down.
Yeah, that last one made me do some research. I was like, oh,
this is
this is it, huh? This is
couldn't wait for that email breaking down
cool. Like,
where this came
it's what we
from.
do. Not really. Yeah,
There's some
maybe.
really good tea that Jasmine just they got. Yeah,
Do they have honey out there? No, you don't have to do that. I'm gonna pay you enough to check for tea.
Good man.
And you know you don't have to be here Tuesday, right? Morning. Like we got okay. I just want to make sure you knew that. Like we'll take care of that.
I'll die for you.
Yeah.
Where is that at 9? Not corners, the other thing.
I think it's 8:45. It's gonna be a long day.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long day.
For sure.
Yeah, we could do that. Thanks again to Anthony Sain of the Anthony Sain Show in Memphis for joining us here for the first time. If you're just tuning in, you're on the Odyssey app, you can rewind, you check it out. Of course, you can check it out on demand after the show. Jesse does a great job of cutting up the interviews and making them available. If you're an Apple user or Spotify or wherever you get podcasts from, he makes our different guests, different files, so you don't have to scroll through a 4-hour show to find it. But if you're interested in the Ja Morant situation, I strongly encourage you catch that conversation we had with Anthony Sain. He's in Memphis, clearly has connections to that story and was able to give us quite a bit of insight, at least from the Memphis perspective, on Anthony Sain. And as we said, Anthony's going to be with us. We'll plan some stuff for the season where we can actually talk basketball together and not what's going on with Ja Morant. But Ja Morant back in the, unfortunately, as Kenny loudly pointed out to start the show, it wasn't the most exciting game last night. Wasn't the most exciting game last night, and didn't really have that hook to keep you super interested. So by the time the game was over, I was kind of there thinking like, what is the hook from this game? And the hook wasn't from the game. The hook was from the day, and the hook was Adam Silver. Yeah. The hook was Adam Silver talking about Ja Morant, and Ja is, obviously one of those mega level superstars, and everyone kind of waiting to find out, okay, how big's they're going to throw a book at him, but how big is the book that they're about to throw at him? And the very vague nature in which Adam Silver was talking last night obviously got a lot of people talking. I did mean to bring up, as we did with Anthony, that Ja Morant shoes did go on sale over the weekend as planned by Nike, and they were, again, gone before you knew it.
I like the shoes.
Wearing them or looking at them?
Looking.
Those are two color shoes.
Oh, the blue and red ones came out this past.
Yeah, those are called Hungers, right?
Yeah, I thought they came out a couple weeks ago.
Or maybe it was a couple weeks ago. It was relatively maybe there was no sneaker talk with James. I know that might be surprising, but James and I didn't break down the latest releases on the sneakers app, though he absolutely knew who Tiana Taylor was when we referenced those shoes the other day. But yeah, forgive me if my timeline is wrong. The point is, the shoe went on sale. The shoe sold out, and clearly there's no issue between Ja Morant and Nike.
No, man, I don't think he's there yet with Nike. I mean, Nike is invested a lot into Ja Morant and that line, and him is a spokesman for Nike, and I think they're going to give him the appropriate time before any type of action is taken. And he still sells shoes. Like, that's the other thing about it. I mean, one of the things about Kyrie is, you mentioned it before, that relationship was already coming to an end.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not trying to disparage him, but it's not like they were really taking this big old stand. They were already moving on from Kyrie, and they were moving on from each other. So that was a little easier to kind of break ties and do all this other stuff because you only had 2 or 3 months left anyway. You probably got a multi-year deal with Ja Morant.
You're just trying to started with Ja.
Yeah, probably see this thing through. So, Ja, and nobody knows this. Not even Anthony. It's all up to him. But I just don't know how seriously Ja takes any of this stuff, man.
Yeah, that's concerning. I do like the Zach Randolph comp that he brought up. Just as a example of, people can evolve and change. Obviously, Zach, his short time in Sacramento, that dude was loved here. He was great for the community. He was great. As bad as those teams were in those situations, he was great for those guys. Like, he was a pro, like, the whole way. Like, he was the team's leading scorer and then was asked to do nothing the next year and did it.
Yep.
So the idea, I think that's the other thing of at least attempting to try to keep. I'm not excusing Ja Morant's behavior. I won't excuse Ja Morant's behavior. I'm in the same kind of lane as you in that I really don't know if the brother cares. He's 23, 24.
Yeah.
Like, it's also all right. Can we start the process of, like, you don't want him to figure things out when he's 27 or 28. It's like, brother, you've got to figure this out now, because if you don't, you're not going to have this when you're 27 or 28. Like, you've got to figure it out now. And just as a person, I want him to figure this out. I don't care nothing about basketball or his level of play, but that's what we do and that's what we cover. So, like, figure this out now. And you can't wait till the twilight years, or you can't wait till the later years, like Zach Randolph did when he got to Memphis, where Anthony acknowledged he got better. He was a model citizen in Memphis, and then of course his time here in Sacramento. Like, you've got the opportunity to figure it out now. He's going to miss games. How many and what is he going to do with that time? And that will tell you how serious this is. I don't want to see you with Jalen Rose. I don't want to see you with Oprah Winfrey.
Right.
I don't want to see you with anybody. Like, you've got to, like, do the work yourself. And the PR stuff it'll work. It ain't no better PR machine than a success story.
Yeah.
There's nothing, again, because as you pointed out, as Anthony pointed out, his crime was stupidity. Adam's point is, it could have been much worse, but it could have been. It wasn't. Make sure the crime of stupidity doesn't happen again.
Right.
And there's no better PR machine than success in that regard. And if he can be successful in that regard, he'll be just fine. Yeah. You don't need to do interviews. You don't need to do all of this stuff.
Get off your phone. Get off your social
please,
media, because that little what he did about a week ago.
Yeah,
I didn't like that. I didn't like that for a number of different reasons. I didn't like it. I'd much rather you just do nothing, because there's so many things that went in it. I won't skirt around it. There was a lot of implication.
Yeah,
with those posts that he made on Instagram, and it came off. I'm not saying this is how he felt, but it came off as, looking for sympathy and looking for, it came off almost like a PR stunt. And if he's really going through something, like, don't do that. Because then you got, when it's, oh, I'm just getting off Instagram for a while, that's all that was. You're like playing with people, man. And you're playing. I don't like that, man.
Yeah.
I don't like that. And maybe you don't know how to use social media and get your thoughts across and your feelings across accurately, and you use social media and it just all comes out wrong. Just don't do it. Like, if he has, now this is where you do talk about friends or advisors or something like that. Somebody needs to tell him, man, just don't worry about the social stuff. Don't worry about your phone. You don't even have to announce it. Like, you don't have to announce it and say, I'm getting off social media. Just put it down and go do something else with your day.
Yeah, you don't need to say specifically goodbye to your mother, father, and daughter to leave social media.
Yeah.
That's why, like, I understand why you feel the way you feel. I don't want to take that stuff lightly. I think the response from other parties not named Ja Morant was appropriate. It's like, hey, be sure.
Mhm.
Just
Well, no,
be sure.
Everybody was right in that situation, but I guess the frustrating thing for me, and he didn't say this per se. I guess it came out through a statement or whatever. He's like, "Oh no, I was just saying I'm getting off social media for what? Don't play like that, bro. Like it felt like you were playing. Don't play. That's serious business, man.
Yeah.
Don't play with people's emotions and hearts and stuff like that's serious business. You don't need to do that to say I'm getting off social media. That's the only thing that kind of rubbed me wrong about it.
No,
that's a serious situation, man. Don't play around.
Understandable, because you leave a lot of people trying to figure out whether you need help, and not help in the regards of not acting like a jackass, but help in regards of, are your mentals okay? Shoot, I'll send Marshawn Lynch to the house. Like Marshawn will get answers. Hey, bro, you good? Like, let's talk. Off camera, off socials. Like, tell me what's going on. We'll all find out. We'll all find out together when this NBA Finals wraps up. And
the other thing, real quick, about Ja is in the comparison to Zach Randolph is, and I know the people in Memphis don't want this. I don't have no problem with Ja being in Memphis. I don't want him to be this way. But usually those type of things, like when you get it, it takes being slapped with the reality of, oh, I just got kind of kicked out of this place. Like where I was doing all this stuff, like, yeah, I'll turn it around. I'll get better. They finally had enough of me and shipped me off to City X. Man, now it's real. Maybe I really do need to change what I do. And I don't want Ja to have to be moved out of Memphis to get it. I know everybody in Memphis wants him to get it there.
I also don't think we need to blame the city for someone's behavior.
Absolutely not.
Like Anthony, I didn't
was tripping on that. I saw that. Kendrick was tripping.
Yeah, it's not Memphis's fault.
Yeah.
All right, let's reset. We'll come back.
Just won't cool down.
No, but if y'all were wondering, if y'all hear that noise, just listen. That is Kenny's computer, dude. Like that thing is something. What's older, your computer or your phone? The fact that you're thinking this hard about it.
The phone slightly.
Oh, it's just quieted down. Just acts up every once in a while during the show. We'll come back. We'll talk about the news out of Phoenix regarding Frank Vogel. A little bit of a surprise, I think, to both of us. And then we'll dive back into the NBA Finals. The Steelo and KC phone lines remain open for you, by the way. 916-909-1320 here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to go grab my juice real quick.
Drew down. I ain't got no windows, big dog. MacBook around here. Grr. This is a good one. Strawberry lime. He does. Facts. Just make good decisions, bro. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Just make good decisions, sir. Kenny got his MacBook after Trinidad James made a song about it. What song did he make about a MacBook? I don't remember that one. Stephen Brown, stop it. Is that Stephen Brown in that picture with all those really short people? Because I know Stephen Brown ain't that tall. People must be really short.
Ever since you called him out, man.
Yeah, that's the plan, man. They need to hurry up and finish this season that they in right now, the spring session, so I can get in the summer joint, man. So yeah, I plan on getting out there. Couldn't play this. That's Steven Brown. I couldn't play this spring because my son had games on Fridays. So season winding down. Time to get back out on the softball field. Let's get it, baby. KC, you have any friends that went down the wrong path? Yeah, man, absolutely. Absolutely, man. It's tough to see. It's even tougher when you got to make those decisions. You know, specifically, I remember one of my closest cousin at the time. He was just moving in a way that would have got him in trouble, would have got me in trouble. And I had to decide, man, like, man, I love this dude, but he's moving out. He's moving. I'm trying to accomplish things that I'm trying to accomplish. They don't mesh. I can't kick it with him. I can't be in the car with him because, you know, he got different things in the car that, even though I don't deal with none of it, the cops don't care about that. I'm there. They gonna put me in lump me in with the people who are using it. So yeah, so it's a situation that sucks, but you gotta make those decisions sometimes.
I think Jason thought we were coming back with a record. I do. Bailey, he was just talking. I was like, hey, but we don't have a song coming out of the commercial. Like, I gotta
9 minutes.
I gotta go, man.
Sometimes when I talk to people out there when I go get water, something like that, I'll like start inching away from them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. I was like walking backwards,
leaning into the door, like, yeah, I'm going in here.
Mm-hmm.
Going in here. Stop, bro. All Gold Everything is a classic. Don't do that, Stephen Brown. Don't do that. I don't remember Gold on my MacBook though.
Trinidad James has one song and it's All Gold Everything.
All Gold Everything is an all-time song. An all-timer. That, man, somebody played that right now. Oh man, it'd be a vibe. Really would. Yeah. 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 I probably got hyped too.
No.
Yeah. 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 I'm gonna listen to that when I get in the car. Trinidad don't have 4 songs. Settle down, Lazy. Trinidad James is like
we need a record.
It's like a
Y'all got me wanting to find a record to play like we did yesterday.
I mean, All Gold Everything. Find the clean version. Let it play a little bit. That's the one right there. Trinidad James, he first of all, he hosts like a sneaker show. You ever watch it? On Complex. It's like not even like, you know, like the Joe Puma to the places and they shop with them, whatever.
I just do not believe that that's real. I know we've been over this before. I just cannot believe that that would be real.
You see a Stephen A. Smith one?
No.
Yeah, you got one.
I saw the Stone Cold one. There ain't no way Stone Cold bought like $13,000 worth of shoes. There ain't no way.
Oh,
summertime, baby.
Hey,
it's summertime, baby. Hey. Shout out Danny in San Francisco. Yeah, there's summertime vibes right there.
Come on,
yes,
man.
Indeed. Yes, indeed.
Come on, Complex. Put that in the rotation, Complex. Come on, man. Oh my gosh. That song goes so hard.
We'll go from All Gold Everything to Mitch. 916-909-1320. Mitch, what's happening, baby?
How's it going, guys? Casey, Damon, hope everything's well.
Yes,
fantastic,
sir.
Mitch.
You like Trinidad James, Mitch?
Okay, I know. I'm showing my age. Were they did they open up for CCR? What can I tell you? Well, at least CCR's from your neck of the woods. Originally with the Garlic Walks. It is hot over here. CCR, Clearwater.
CCR. I don't know who CCR is, man.
Come on, get out of here. He's got the best. That's the best voice in music, I think. What a great song and the bickering that they had. I mean, he wrote most of the songs, and it was his voice, his lead guitar. Of course, he didn't get more than 25%. Jesus. And we will have to suffer for it because it was shortchanged. They never had a number one hit, but they had plenty of number twos. Anyway, it's hot over here. I don't know about having a full head of hair. It still wouldn't help me. I'd still be roasting. It's like 95 already. Ja Morant.
95
He
in
did it to
Jersey crazy,
himself.
bro. I know that.
Yeah, 90. Yeah. It definitely is. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
okay.
man. Ja, what do you got?
That is nuts, but he has it coming. Maybe she missed the whole season. I mean, he was feeling a big shot. He's dumb. You record it. It's terrible. What's going on out there? You should know better. And
Yeah,
that's
not the
stupid,
whole
that's for
season,
sure.
though, man.
Yeah,
Not the whole season.
that's a lot to call for the whole season, man. That's a lot.
I say 20 to 30 games is what he'll probably get. And that's probably what he deserves. He don't need more than 30. People kind of wilding.
Okay, hit you with another one.
Yeah.
That's old Snoop Dogg right there. Come on, man. What you know about R&B Thursday? Come on, man. What? Raphael, hey, the bad boy just don't even know this record. You don't even know. Man, see, I know YouTube's gonna be mad at us if I just talk over it. I just want to hear Raphael Sadiq just start the record. Just bring it in. Legend. We're going to art. We claim him. We claim him here. Hold on, let him go. Man, I love music. I love music. Come on, man. Stop it.
Come on, man.
Stop it.
Raphael Sadiq. Where does this go? So my grandmother's sister was married to, I think, the uncle of Dwayne in the group. I think that's the relation.
Okay. Give that to me one more time.
My dad's mom's sister, husband.
Okay, forget it. Never mind.
We almost
Never
there.
mind. Your
almost
dad's
there.
mom's
sister's
husband
was the uncle,
or
maybe it was just cousin.
So
of Dwayne and Tony.
So your dad, mom's sister's husband was the uncle
/ cousin.
Okay, not slash
or
uncle or uncle or cousin of it's Dwayne Wiggins, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dwayne
All right.
Dwayne was at the funeral. When
What's the
Brown
relation?
passed away.
What's the relation to you then?
Well, I mean, marriage.
No, what would that
Cousins.
make you? You'd be cousin. Dad's mom's sister's husband was the uncle or cousin of Dwayne Wiggins.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I say that's how we claim Raphael. They got Sacramento ties.
Oh, Raphael Sadiq definitely got Sacramento ties.
You see in the Ask a You video, he got the Mitch Richmond jersey on.
Deja. Oh yeah. That's one of my favorite tracks, and it's not on Apple.
Where did I hear it? I thought I heard
The record is not Ask of You. It's not on Apple.
Well, that's a fail.
That's a bad. That was Higher Learning, right? Oh yeah, Deja. Of course, it was Higher Learning.
Yeah. No, that's an all timer. That's an all timer.
Thankfully, it's in my personal library, so I can.
Yeah, I'm about to say I just heard that not too long ago. I guess I just played it on YouTube or something.
Yeah, that's what it was. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. We were told over the weekend that the Suns were deciding between Frank Vogel and Doc Rivers. Well, today, the Phoenix Suns have hired Frank Vogel to be their next head coach. That leaves Toronto as the last open coaching position.
That was a surprising hire, man. I mean, Frank Vogel's cool. I don't know if Frank Vogel's the direction I would have went. Do you think Do you think
Would you have
Doc
gone Doc
really,
or would you have gone somewhere else?
I would have gone Doc
Okay.
between those two. But Doc said, I think, well, a report came out that Doc said he was withdrawing his name from consideration. Do you think that's really what happened?
No.
So they really picked Frank Vogel over Doc Rivers?
I don't like why. So why did Doc go through all of this? I think they might have told him, hey, we're going with Frank Vogel, and their way of doing it, the way his team decided to do it, is to withdraw from consideration.
No, I agree with you. I think that's exactly what happened. But like the part that kind of surprises me or baffles me is they, no disrespect to Frank Vogel, but they chose Frank Vogel over Doc.
Frank Vogel, I'll work backwards from his last year with the Lakers: 33-49, 42-30, 52-19. Those were his records with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Championship in there.
Absolutely. Won an NBA championship. Okay, we can go with that. 25-57 his last year with Orlando. 29-53. Only got 2 years in Orlando, and then where he's most known is his stint with Indiana: 45-37, 38-44, 56-26, 49-32, 42-24, and then 20-18 when he got started. He has a win percentage of 0.526.
0.526.
I didn't think it was going to be Frank Vogel. I really did not. So Frank Vogel's known most, I think, for defense. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't get it. I don't get it with this group. I mean, Kevin Durant, I think, still can be a very, very good defender. I don't think Devin Booker is a very good defender. Chris Paul, I think, is past the point in his career where he wants to play defense
or can
at all.
Yeah.
Or can, right. Frank Vogel sure would have made sense if Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges were there, but they're not. So I don't. Hey, good luck to Frank Vogel. I hope you finish, right below the Sacramento Kings. But this one, I don't quite see it.
So, do you think there is any validity to? And I'll ask it again because I just had another thought in my head. Okay. Is there any validity to Doc Rivers withdrawing his name?
I don't think
Phoenix?
Doc would.
And here's why I'll say that.
Okay.
I haven't talked to anybody yet who thinks that's a good job. Like, yeah, you got KD and Devin Booker, but everybody every time we bring up Phoenix, when me, you, Ham, anybody, like,
I agree. I don't think it's a good job.
So it's possible Doc may not think it's a good job.
When did he withdraw then?
I saw last night.
You saw? Man, that's tough, bro. That's tough
I know.
for me.
I know.
Like I told, like we talked about, we were told over the weekend, it's Doc or it's Frank. That's what we were told. Now that I didn't ask, hey, is Doc having second thoughts about this? I don't know. Maybe he did, but it's convenient. It's really convenient if he withdrew.
Yeah. But once again, to play devil's advocate, though, if I'm Doc Rivers and Doc looks at this job the way a lot of people seem to look at it, it's like, I can't win here. Like, my next job, I gotta go somewhere where I can get this stench off of me. If I go to Phoenix, probably losing the second round again.
Man, but how many more opportunities? Like next hiring cycle, right? Next year. Yeah. Is there going to be a job better than Phoenix? Because think about it, Milwaukee
maybe he goes back to Boston.
Man,
I'm not trying to do it, but there you see, there was already. I'm not trying to do it, but you see, they was already talking about getting rid of him after this year.
Well, but they need to shut up.
I agree.
Give the man a chance to coach with his team,
Boston,
his coaching staff.
What other job may be available? Golden State.
Well, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Boy, Golden State hiring Doc Rivers.
They would have a fit.
Oh man. Oh wow.
Dallas might be available.
Is he? I don't feel like
Chicago.
Did Doc interview for Toronto?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either.
No.
I think they focused more on Jordy types. Obviously, Jordy was interviewed there, but I think they focused on younger coaches and not Doc, and I don't even know if they interviewed Mike Budenholzer or any of those guys. Like they went for something. And so that's the other thing about so there's the other thing. You mentioned Boston, Golden State. Mike Budenholzer is available as well.
Yeah.
I don't.
The
So
Knicks
so
might
now
be
that
available.
we're talking through this, I don't think Doc withdrew. I don't think Doc got the job.
I don't think so either. I just think about that situation.
Your point is
Yeah.
valid though, because we've talked about that from John. That was one of the first questions we asked is if this Phoenix job is good. But that's tough for me to believe, like, because Doc's got to be getting close to his last chance, right?
Yeah.
Doc wins games. There's no. It's not whether you're a good coach or a bad coach. Doc is a good coach. He's a great coach. He's a Hall of Fame coach.
Yeah.
But like, what do you want this coach for? Development? Because I don't think Doc's doing those jobs anymore. Doc, the job Doc wants is Phoenix or Milwaukee.
Yeah, somebody
like,
that's on the doorstep.
That's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
somebody that's on the door. But Doc, we talk about how many more chances he might get. We've been saying this a lot lately. Don't mean to be disparaging. I seriously don't here because I love this guy. But look at Rick Adelman. He kept getting jobs. Portland, Golden State, Sacramento, Houston, Minnesota. And he never won.
Yeah.
But everybody looked at him like he's a good coach.
Yeah.
He's a good coach. He can get us, to a winning space.
Houston was after Sacramento.
It was
right?
Houston,
and then Minnesota was the end. I'm sorry, I wasn't making that as a statement. I was asking that as a question.
I think so.
Okay.
Because
Houston,
I don't know if I said I think Minnesota was last.
Because Houston was, yeah. I don't know if either of those were. Again, it goes. I mean, again, it goes to what you want. Yeah, like, are you? He doesn't appear to be in contention for a contendership job. I mean, a development job like a Detroit, or a Toronto.
Yeah.
Although Toronto, I'd argue, is not a development job. It's something weirdly in the middle, and I don't know exactly what. I don't know. I like Doc. Doc. I'll never look down on anyone who hires Doc Rivers.
Right.
Not Phoenix, not Golden State. No one. I wouldn't look down on someone hiring Doc Rivers. I think he's a very good coach. I think the rap on him is accurate. Like you can't. Like, as much as I like Doc Rivers, you can't defend against his record in elimination games. Like, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It is uniquely dreadful. I don't think there's anything like that in anywhere else in basketball. But I'm still surprised that Frank Vogel is the guy for this job.
I didn't see it.
I have no clue what Phoenix is going to look like next year.
Absolutely
none.
I think Phoenix potentially is better than what a lot of people has a better opportunity than more people are giving them credit for.
What? So you're talking about a championship?
Yeah, I think they can be a championship type team next year.
I thought that going
people
in.
Don't.
Yeah,
I think they can.
Well, it's because it's the last thing we saw. The last thing we saw was them losing rather emphatically. Right? They didn't. I mean, it was 6, right? It was 4-2 because they won 2 in a row.
And it took heroic efforts to get the 2.
The 2, yeah. I think my concern became they won a lot of games at the end of the season, and it was kind of like, whoa. Meanwhile, way back when the Kings were bad, they'd win games at the end of the season, and people would be, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah. But when Phoenix did it, it's like, oh my God, watch out. Yeah. And then, seeing the way Denver played them, it was like, oh man, how is this going to look over an 82-game season? It's so, spoiler alert, it's going to look good. Like, Phoenix is easily, well, barring something catastrophic, it's a playoff team. It's a top 6 team. But that's not the goal.
Mhm.
That's not the point. The point is that when you make a move like you made to get Kevin Durant, the point is a championship.
Mhm.
You know, free agency begins in a month. So there's more to this story. But right now, I don't think Phoenix is a champ. Right now, I don't feel like you do. I'm more likely lean on the Clippers again than I would Phoenix, which is dumb. That's my fault. Again, that's like saying Doc Rivers is going to win this game 7.
Well, I mean, I like the Clippers more than I like Phoenix, so I wouldn't be mad at that.
I'm so fascinated what this team will look like over 82 games, though.
Frank Vogel. You think Frank Vogel's a good coach? I think he is.
Yes, he's not a bad coach.
Mhm.
I think the Orlando thing is a smidge bit unfair. That was a bad.
If the Kings going into last year hired Frank Vogel,
I don't think I'd be happy.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be happy.
I'd be like,
Yeah, I would not.
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be happy though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
I'd
happy.
be like, we'll see what happens.
No, I would not. I wouldn't be. Who was it? It was Mark Jackson, and
Steve Clifford.
He would have been, if the list was 4 instead of 3, he would have been 3rd. Because I would have rather, have had Mark than
Steve
Frank.
Clifford was so upset with those Hornets this year.
I did not want Steve Clifford as the coach of this team. Like, that just does not. I feel like Steve Clifford is a flawless assistant. Perfect. I feel like he is a perfect assistant coach. You're gonna have to tell me what you're laughing at.
No, I'll tell you.
Because
no, this ain't fair, man. This ain't right. But I think about when Steve Clifford, we talk about Steve Clifford, and I think about old girl in New Jack City when she goes, "Step off, Grandpa."
Oh man, come on, man. What are you doing?
I don't know why I think that way.
I don't either.
I think just because he's older. He's not even like really old, but he's older than those other people we were talking about. Step off, Grandpa. That's wrong, man. I'm sorry, Steve Clifford. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna watch New Jack City this weekend.
I used to watch that every Thanksgiving. Now, no Joe Mazzulla, but I used to watch that like every Thanksgiving because Uncle Larry used to love that.
Next game is until Sunday. Is that right?
Sunday.
Game 2 Sunday.
And then they don't play till Wednesday.
Man, this NBA Finals is gonna go on until the California Classic start.
Nope. This is gonna go on till next week.
If he goes to Game 7, it'll end on June 18th.
Yeah, it ain't going to
June 18th. This NBA Finals go till Friday night.
No. Wow. Come on, man. You don't think?
I said negative 5.
You did. That's right. You did.
5. So maybe it'll reach the next week. Let's say they'll probably play on Monday. I don't think they'll play on back-to-back Sundays. But
you got these dudes winning one game. Hey man, shout out to David Aldridge. Aldridge. And also apologies to everybody who tuned in yesterday. It appears we had the least creative conversation in history as we were talking about the Nuggets and the Kings and implementing that group and the importance of patience and withstanding the pitfalls. And this morning I woke up to The Athletic, and I understand why it's such a big storyline with Eric Spoelstra and Michael Malone as the 2 head coaches. But David Aldridge wrote a great article talking about exactly what we spent like 90 minutes talking about yesterday. Tony Jones wrote a very similar article to what David Aldridge wrote about. And I just, again, apologize for our lack of creativity in planning yesterday's show. But I really did enjoy David Aldridge's column because he brought in Boston to the equation. And he was like, hey, doesn't Brad Stevens know he's supposed to panic? Didn't Brad Stevens see what happened in Milwaukee and Philadelphia? Doesn't he know he was supposed to be in the NBA Finals and now he has to fire his head coach? Or is he looking at this NBA Finals and saying, this is what you do? You withstand the tough times, like you withstand the pitfalls, you withstand the setbacks, and that's what we talked at length about regarding less the Miami Heat and more the Denver Nuggets. And I mean, I like there's a great quote from Michael Malone in there where he's talking about being fired. He's like, being fired is just a part of this. Like, you have to accept that. Like, I watched my dad be fired. Like, I was fired. Like, it's like great coaches get fired. Look at Monty Williams. Yeah. Monty Williams was fired, and shout out to Detroit, who, you know, saw him for what he is, a great coach. By the way, Monty, I got to call Monty and congratulate him because I need a loan. And normally when a line like that is in a column, you'll see in parentheses, Monty Williams signed a blah, 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 blah contract. Yeah. And I just love that David Aldridge just let it ride with the quote as it was. Yeah, I got to hit up Monty. I need a loan. I thought that was a great line. And then I also felt really bad for Frank Vogel this morning when his contract got announced.
Oh, damn.
Hey, great money.
What is his contract?
It was like 31.
Slumming it.
Right? Like, it's like, man, it's
that's crazy. That's $31 million to coach.
Yeah. And look, he's going to earn every penny of, or he's going to have to earn every penny of that $31 million. But I just, you know, after hearing a potential $100 million contract drop the day before, I felt a little bad for him. I was like, oh, that's not fair. That's not okay. They just,
these coaches be,
it's a 5-year, $31 million deal.
Somebody,
you're right. He's slumming it.
Somebody get ready to get a GoFundMe for Frank when the contract is up.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how he's going to feed his kids that way.
I don't know either. Latrell Sprewell. Hey, I'm not saying they shouldn't get it or anything like that. Coaches make a lot of money.
Well,
I know
it's $6 million compared
that's
to.
what it is. That's just the basic, but that's a lot of money to coach.
That's an important. Well, a lot of us think it's an important job. We understand you don't, but
I'm not saying they should make.
I can't wait till David Patrick joins us, Coach Patrick. And I tell you, have we ever told you that Kenny hates coaches? Coach, have I ever told you that?
Don't see the media. They'll just throw anything out there. They'll just me and Joel Embiid, same thing. They just cut up our answers.
Well, you brought up the Philadelphia 76ers. I thought of you when I saw the commercial for the 2001 Sixers documentary. Did you get a chance to see it?
I did see it.
Okay, I want to hear your thoughts on it. 916-909.
Teams ever.
Yeah, I know. If you ever are in a game show and you need to call a friend about the 2001 Philadelphia 76ers, call Kenny. That man knows. We'll come back and talk more about that. We've also got James Ham, final hour of the show. That's all on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Jordan Meek's going to start OnlyFans. Stop it, Jordan. Or he said Frank Vogel's going to start OnlyFans. Stop it, Jordan.
Fair ball. And here comes Santa Clara. It is cutting out if you want one.
Nah, it's all yours, buddy. I got a protein shake I need to.
This is a pickle, not a jalapeno. Don't do jalapenos.
Jalapenos are fire on pizza. You do pepperoni jalapeno, that's fire. It's good. You need to try it.
No, we don't need it. You know,
sporadically, I agree.
One of the things that I think people don't really like that I'm actually okay with. It's not like I would order this on my pizza. But if it's on there, it's okay. I'll eat it. Pineapples.
No.
I'm okay with it.
I don't want fruit on my hot.
I generally don't either, but
people who say they like pineapple on their pizza don't like pineapple on their pizza. They just say it to be different.
Pineapple's all right.
Pineapple is fantastic.
On pizza.
Pineapple doesn't need to be cooked.
Yeah, pineapple's fine when you slice it up, throw it in the fridge for a bit, eat it after.
I agree. I'm not against that. I'm just saying.
No.
Yes,
Katrina.
Warren, you guys are confused.
Katrina, no. Yes, you guys are confused. You do not put pineapple on pizza. I do not agree with that. I don't like grilled pineapple either. I don't want I don't want warm pineapple.
Why are you throwing fruit on the grill?
No, like I don't want that. Like put it in the refrigerator. Come on, Bryant, talk to him. Talk to him, Bryant. Bryant West will be with us next week. It's Bryant West season. John Poles, I love me some pineapple. I
think strawberries are the best.
I like strawberries too. I like berries in general.
I just started liking pineapple.
Really?
Yeah, like last year.
Jesse's in there just watching all kinds of channels.
It's been paused the whole time.
You know, pineapple has positive side effects in the bedroom.
Sliced pineapples. Diced pineapple, excuse me.
Pineapple juice is a good mixture for drinks too.
Oh yeah.
Pineapple and Hennessy is like my go-to.
That's one of Rick Ross's best
man, I
songs.
think I already got a headache just thinking about that.
It tastes delicious.
Pineapple and Hennessy.
Diced pineapple. So fresh. I nearly lost my mind. My baby is the best.
I like pineapple. I like pizza. I don't like pineapple on my pizza.
I understand. Look, I'm not judging. I'm just saying, like, if it is on there, I've had it, and I was like, it's not bad.
My mom used to do that. When we were younger, she'd get the pineapple. Was it pineapple and bacon?
That actually sounds.
She'd do
that.
that.
Sounds pretty good. Oh my gosh. Oh man, this daughter of mine, bro. Look at her. She's damn near hanging upside down out the thing.
Hit play again.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
See, that's why they scare me, man.
Oh, brother.
Shout out to everybody listening on the Odyssey app at 1320 AM, 98.5. We welcome those watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. James Ham coming up the final hour of the show, the final hour of the week. We'll hang out with our ESPN 1320.
You have plans this weekend?
Yeah, because your boy is an idiot who can't do stuff right the first time. I still have work to do in my backyard.
It bees that way. I understand.
You know, Kenny wasn't here last week, and I got a call late last week, and I was chastised, not by Kenny, but by Jasmine, because Jazz thought when we were talking about the turf and I had gotten the quotes and all of that stuff, Jazz thought she heard me say I was going to pay $16,000 for someone to lay turf at my house. And she called that morning, and I was promptly yelled at. And I was like, ma'am, you misheard. I'm going to go buy some seating to put back there on my grass. I'm not doing that. I went from, okay, I'll take, let's see what a quote looks like. A few $1,000s, like it'd be worth it, to forget it. I'll just go buy some $40 soil and seed and do it myself. Of course, I'm a jackass and I don't know how to do it. So it's like I removed a fire pit that was in my backyard, which is it was
the joint right under the.
No, not by the door. No, not the purchased fire pit.
Jesus. My bad.
No, there was a one they made, and it was trash, and it was like, I've always like I finally got rid of it, and I like the soil. There's a little dip. I need to get some more soil, a little more seed. Got sprinklers running every 5 minutes to try to water this thing, but I got a lot of work to do. So those are my plans.
Is it gonna be too hot? Is it gonna be hot?
Yeah, it is.
Oh man,
it in fact is.
Get up. Well, I ain't gotta tell you to get up early.
I'll be up anyways. Yeah,
get out early.
Stephen Brown says, "Jazz, get it together, D-Lo." That was essentially the gist of the call. You notice Stephen Brown keeps changing his
Oh, I talked about
profile
it.
pic.
Look, in this one, he put some little people in the picture with him to make his 5'9" ass look like he's taller than what he is. You can't fool me, Stephen Brown.
Yeah, Stephen Brown. The joke is Stephen Brown says he's 6'5". Kenny swears he's not. So it feels like
5'9", 147.
every week or so, Stephen Brown is changing his profile pic on YouTube to show how tall he is. And Kenny's calling cap on all of it.
He's a welterweight, man. Stephen Brown a welterweight, man. 5'9", 147. Bro.
Shout out to Wool here on YouTube. He says, I can imagine D'Lo yelling at nobody while working on his backyard. You must be my neighbor, because I can't say that didn't happen. Gilbert, D'Lo already upset and he hasn't even started. No, that's not true. The reason I'm upset is because I started last week. I made a job that should have taken 4 or 5 hours at the most. I've turned it into now a 7-day project. That's going to bleed into 8.
You're a busy man.
If I had done it right the first time, it would have been fine. This is why I hire people. Like, I'm not that, like, hey, to the brothers out there who could do everything, you can fix cars and you can lay lawn and you can stucco or whatever you do. God. Congratulations to all of you. Yeah. I'm not that guy. Yeah. I can't do none of that. Hey, this is broken. I got to call somebody. Yeah, jackass, it's unplugged. Oh, well, thanks for coming to tell me it was unplugged. Like, that's, I'm just not good at fixing stuff. I'm not good at landscaping. I'm not good at any of that.
It's not my bag either. Ramsey in the chat, he says that Katrina is the Lowe's Green Acres Home Depot expert.
I believe that.
It's kind of like my house, too. And she confirms. She says, very true, Ramsey. I'm the handy one. It's kind of like my house, too. Jazz is the handy one. I am, believe it or not, I'm the technology guy.
You are the technology guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm with that.
I'll figure out how to get something to work.
Can you figure out how to quiet down that computer?
Yeah. You see it not making no noise.
Hey, turned it off.
Just close it real quick and we back at it. But I get all that stuff together. She goes and
some people
sods the lawn. Or
some people have all of this stuff that they do like really well. I don't think I have one of those things. This is it. Like, I can talk.
Radio.
And at this point, it's a bit shaky that I can talk, but I can talk. But like,
cook.
Can't work on. Yeah, I can cook. Yeah. I ain't Squints though. Squints got me in my feelings after going out with him on Tuesday.
Squints was out here, man. He Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen.
I was like, yeah, I'm a great cook. And then I look over at Squints like, hell.
And then see, it's always so like this is what happens at the house all the time. Like, there are times when she asks me, she's like, yo, can you mow the lawn or something, right? I live a busy life. So she'll ask me on a Sunday. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get to it. And it gets to like Wednesday and it still hasn't been mowed yet. And she's like, I'm going to just go do it myself. She don't even say nothing. All of a sudden, I just hear the lawnmower going at home.
Oh.
And then I'm like,
oh
man, like,
that.
How am I going to be looking on my block?
That's
where you out here mowing the lawn and I'm just coming out here. So then I come over and take over.
That is a level 10 passive aggressive behavior.
When me and my brother were like in high school, stuff like that, we had to do the lawns and all that stuff or whatever. When we would lag on it, my mom would do that. That we always knew there's hell to pay. When she's coming in, there's hell to pay.
Oh no! I'm like I said, would I look? How am I gonna go outside? How am I gonna come out my front door?
Can't.
Where the neighbors been seeing you mowing the lawn.
This dude over here had his pregnant wife out there mowing the lawn.
So yeah, I'll be like, watch out, man. I got it. And the crazy thing is, she's like, no, I like doing this. No, she really does like doing it. I was like, you can't do that.
Well, like, it would have been fine if like no conversation had been had. The lawnmower starts, she goes out and mows the lawns. Like, I like doing it. But the fact that she asked you to do it and you didn't, that creates a whole different dynamic when that lawnmower gets fired up.
Just give me a second. Just give me a second. I don't get home before the sun comes home. 4 out of the 5 work days.
Well, I think her point was it was 4 days later.
The work week hadn't even ended. I don't even get a breather till Wednesday.
But she asked you Sunday.
Sunday, we were out at some game.
Well,
Kids are out here in Rockland again this weekend, but Reese isn't playing. He got baseball.
Damn. Got one of them schedules, huh? It's Deion Sanders.
Yeah. He got to keep him busy.
I get it.
Oh, tomorrow I'm doing that foam run thing again. Tomorrow morning. Anybody is out of Cal Expo.
Very good.
Come pull up on me.
Very good. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. How was the Philadelphia 76? How was that 2001 doc?
You know what? It was cool. I think it could have been better. Like the edits and like matching up the games and like when something happened in the game. Like they could have done a better job with that. But it was cool seeing all those guys. For those who don't know, I was a big Allen Iverson fan.
Mm-hmm.
I still am. But like Allen Iverson was my guy. And from his freshman year at Georgetown, when I saw him for the first time at the Sacramento Holiday Classic, it was like December 27th, 1994 or something like that. And I said, wherever he goes, wherever this dude goes, I'm going to follow in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Goes to the Sixers. I'm a Sixers fan. Still like the Kings too. But like how I am with the Knicks now, that's how I was with the Sixers.
76ers supporter.
76ers supporter.
Mm-hmm.
And 2001 was the year. They went to the NBA Finals. Allen Iverson was the MVP. And they told that story. They did a good job of telling like what led up to 2001 because Allen and Larry Brown, well, more so Larry Brown was sick of Allen Iverson. He was done with him. Wanted him traded and wanted him out. The whole story always goes, the trade was done. They needed Matt Geiger to waive his no trade clause. I think it was to go to Detroit. I think Allen Iverson was going to go to Detroit. And Matt Geiger didn't waive his no trade clause. So Allen Iverson stayed. Then they go into the 2001 season with all that on their mind, which kind of goes into what we talked about earlier, because Allen Iverson always talks about that moment. He was like, oh, bro, they was really ready to get rid of me. Like all the stuff they talked like that I was dealing with. And because his stuff, he had some off the course, but it was more like not coming to practice or Casamigos Allen Iverson or something like that, right?
Okay.
And he was like, man, like they really was ready to get rid of me. I probably need to shape up.
So
shaped up and has an MVP season.
So before you leave that part, I saw a quote. I don't know if it was in the documentary or if it was from Allen Iverson, talking about the documentary. But he said the one regret he had in his career was that he didn't listen to Larry Brown sooner. Like he was too stubborn. He was too young. He just wasn't listening to him.
Yeah.
And when he did, he feels like the first time that he really listened to Larry Brown was this 2001 season.
Yep. Yeah, he talked about that, man. And it really was a great season.
I remember the season. I remember the team. Certainly, for a normal person, I could tell them I remember the team vividly. For you, I just kind of remember the team, but I remember the team, the season. I mean, impossible to forget Allen Iverson. Impossible to forget the finals.
Yeah.
But I never thought of them as what was the gist of the doc? A team that missed, or what was it?
So that's the dirty little secret about this whole documentary. Probably didn't need to happen. I mean, what are we doing a documentary on?
All right, I got you. I didn't get it. Okay. All right, that makes sense.
This is something that a fan could have made and put on YouTube. We didn't need it on NBA TV.
Damn. Wow.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
there was nothing. There was really nothing outside. If you're not a Sixers fan, there was nothing special about that season.
It's really about Allen Iverson, I'm guessing.
It's Allen Iverson and Larry Brown.
Yeah.
And
both, I'm assuming, actively participated in the doc.
They did, and they both cried at separate moments for separate reasons. That was
AI is emotional. I believe
very
that
emotional.
AI is emotional.
Yeah,
I didn't
Iverson will
know
cry
that
at the
about
drop
Larry
of a
Brown.
dime.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah, but Larry Brown, he had to walk away when they talked about him winning Coach of the Year, and they showed the clip. Dean Smith surprised him and presented the award to him.
Yeah.
And Larry lost it. Not then, but talking about that moment.
Yeah.
He lost it, had to get up and everything. That was pretty tough to see. He was like, that was my mentor. That was, from the moment I stepped on the campus of North Carolina, that was my mentor. And so that was pretty tough to see. But it was a good documentary. I enjoyed it, but it made me think. So I said they didn't need one. I'm not going to say they don't deserve one. I'm just going to say they didn't need a 2001 Philadelphia 76ers documentary.
It was just interesting because I couldn't figure out, like, so what's the hook of this? Like, oh, it's the greatest team to never win. It's like, well, no, it's not.
No,
like, what
it's
is the
not.
hook?
It was very anticlimactic too. Like as they closed it out, like they had that win in game one, an all-time moment, NBA Finals moment. Allen Iverson drops 48, steps over Tyronn Lue, win in overtime,
and then
they just lost the next 4 games. It wasn't even like, oh, and they battled hard. It's just no, they lost.
Refresh my memory. Is that the only game the Lakers lost that postseason?
It was.
Yeah.
It was. They swept Portland. No, I don't know who the first round was. Take that back. But the Kings were the second round.
Mm-hmm.
Spurs.
Yeah.
And they lost that game to the Sixers. But it made me think about teams. Are there any other teams in any sports that didn't win that you'd be like, nah, I'd like to see a documentary on those guys? Obviously, the first one that comes to all our minds is the 2002 Kings.
You just do one the next season.
Well, the next season is I can't I wouldn't want to see 2002. But I probably want to see the next season as well. Yeah, I mean that would be a sad ending. I think that would be an even more sad ending than 2002.
So you want to see the season where Chris leading into Chris's injury. So I would be fascinated to see the a documentary on the Kings that starts with Chris's injury, because remember what happened the next year. They're the number 1 team in the league.
I forget about that. I forget about how good. Forget they were the number 1 team in the league till he came back.
And then and that's the thing. They're the number 1 team in the league until he comes back. And they lost the Pacific Division lead in the final weeks of the regular season to the Lakers. I feel like we probably know enough people. We could probably do that documentary ourselves. Like, hey, Pete, we just call Pete into the studio. Like, hey, Pete, if you're not busy, like August 3rd or something, come into the studio. We call Al Biacani. We've got the strength coach and the head trainer.
Yeah.
Hey, what the hell went on that year? Because remember that's one, it's microfracture. And 2, we're talking April
that he came back.
No, that he got hurt.
Oh, yeah, he got hurt in May.
To what, February?
Yeah. And microfracture was new.
Microfracture, yeah.
It's still not even like I think they've gone away from microfracture. Like this.
Well, no, I don't think they call it that anymore. I think they still do it, but it's nothing. Anytime you get cut open, it's something. But it's not like this was the kiss of death. It's not that anymore. It's not that.
Couple in here. Lamar says the 2000 Blazers. That was the team that lost to the Lakers in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. Scotty.
Yeah. When Shaq pointed at his son, who was talking. It was like 6 months at the time. Yeah,
that was a classic one. That was a classic moment. One that I think about to switch sports.
Okay.
The 2012 49ers. That's the year Alex Smith gets hurt. Cap takes over. And they go to the Super Bowl.
So you got Harbaugh there. You got the emergent, because you tell the Alex Smith story to get there. Cap. And then that's the Ravens. And Beyonce.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And then the power outage.
Yeah. In that NFC Championship game, they were down 17-0 in the second quarter to the Falcons. And Julio and Matt Ryan were cooking.
Yeah.
They had 2 touchdowns. And the second touchdown, the catch touchdown that Julio made was as good as that play in the Super Bowl that he made against the Patriots. Like the toe tap and all this.
Mhm.
Like it was a dime by Matt Ryan. Julio gets the toes down and everything. And I remember sitting there like, I can't believe they're gonna get blown out in Atlanta. I cannot believe it. And they just methodically came back.
Yeah, it was
They got 'em.
incredible.
Yeah, I love that team. A lot of people in the chat are saying 2002.
I love that
Giants.
idea, by the way. The 2012 49ers. I love that
Yeah,
idea.
that's-
There's layers to that story.
Yeah, that's a good one. A lot of people are saying the 2002 Giants. That hurt me to my soul. I always use the analogy. I think I've said it on the show, but the 2002 Giants are a cut that you had to get stitches for
Mm,
because
mm,
the cut it heals,
mhm,
but the scar is there forever.
mhm.
And they didn't
Wow.
won 3 championships. And every Giants fan, like 2002, still hurts to this day.
Mm.
To this day. That was tough. That's right, Alex. So Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds fought that year. You ever seen that clip?
Yeah,
Where they fought
yeah,
in the dugout?
absolutely. Yeah,
In
absolutely.
San Diego.
I remember when that happened.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be an interesting one.
You guys think the 07 Patriots would be a good one? Probably one of the best teams that never won a ring.
That's the
Yeah.
17-0. Yeah,
Have they
like
done anything on them? Has anybody else?
I don't think so.
well, so two teams I thought of. I did think of the 17-0. I don't know how that was covered in the Man in the Arena
I
bit
didn't see it. Sorry.
because I did not watch a single episode of that. Not again. I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I did not watch it. So I don't know how that like was covered. I feel like it was probably covered from a Patriots perspective, and I feel like the 94 Bulls would be interesting because that team was really good.
Mhm.
And they lost in such sketchy fashion to the New York Knicks.
They did.
But I think that
Hubert
would,
Davis.
and I can't remember I can't remember the last, like how that was incorporated into the Last Dance. I know it was there.
Yeah, it was a little moment.
Yeah,
They would always cut off for a little bit.
Right. But I've always found that team fascinating because that was a championship caliber team.
Yeah. I find in hindsight now, I find those Knicks teams interesting. At that time, I did not like the Knicks.
The 93, 94,
like 92, 93
yeah.
Knicks, the ones that would lose to the Bulls all the time. I was a Jordan fan. I was a Bulls fan. I hated the Knicks. I hated John Starks or whatever. That team pushed Michael Jordan when he was like invincible. I know a lot of people say Detroit, but that was before he like learned how to win, right?
Yeah, the Charles Smith game
93
in the Garden where the
Smith blocked.
Smith blocked again was was that the series the Knicks were up 2-0?
The Knicks were up 2. They had home court.
Yeah.
2-0.
And then the Bulls
went
won
back to Chicago to tie it at 2, and that was game 5.
Yeah, in the Garden. And then they won, so they ultimately
in
won
6.
4 straight.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that whole Knicks here, I know there's been a couple of things I think done on that team because I remember, I forgot what it was, but somebody was talking about John Starks game 7, 94 against Houston. And so it's been talked about a little bit, but
Charles Smith was right at the basket.
the
Like I'm
basket.
just
He's
thinking about that
6'10".
play. He's right at the
He
basket
blocked
and
3
can't get it.
times. That was crazy. And then because it was in that they talked about this aspect in that Pacer, the 30 for 30 or Spike Lee or whatever.
Mhm.
But remember when the Knicks went to Indiana to win game 6? Did you see that documentary of Spike and Reggie?
Yeah.
And they talked about Spike was
Us-
talking about the KKK he thought the KKK might have been around, or maybe he was half joking, but he was like, yo, it was vitriol in there, and I was sitting courtside.
Mhm.
And the Knicks went in there and won, and John
Yeah.
Starks goes over to him and daps him up.
Yeah.
One side said, come on back to New York, all this other stuff. I like that Knicks team in hindsight. At the time, I didn't like them, but
Sam Thomas mentions the 73 and 9 Warriors. I'm gonna be completely honest, not super interested in that one. But what about the Kevin Durant version of the Warriors?
the one that lost to Toronto.
The one that wanted to kill Draymond Green. That one. the what was it, David
That
West?
was- yeah.
The no one knows what we went through.
Well, they won.
Well, but I'm not. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My bad.
You're
The
like
gist is they
You're like
lost.
the people earlier
You're right.
this week.
That's me. I
when
missed it.
When I said, what shot
Yeah,
was
yeah.
kind of like there.
Yep.
Somebody was like,
Yep.
Vince Carter
Yeah.
against the Sixers. Sir,
No,
he missed
no.
that shot.
No. That's I got lost in the
That would be a
conversation
good one. Though. I'd
and
like to know
forgot the
what
gist
happened.
of them was losing.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to know what happened. What the hell David West was talking about.
No.
Yeah. But
Yeah, the year they lost to Toronto, like there's injuries everywhere. Like if you told a 2-year arc, it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah.
but the one they lost to Toronto, I mean, that's when KD and Draymond had their thing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'd like to hear that. Boogie was on that team. Boogie got hurt.
Boogie was the reason they won
game
one of
two.
their games.
Game
Yeah.
two, he was small. I
Yeah,
think
he was
had, like,
huge.
I don't want to say specific. I felt like 10.
Yeah, that's
10
exactly what it
rebounds
was
or
like,
something
10,
that.
11, and something like that. He was a big reason they won,
Yeah.
if not the reason they beat Toronto. All right, so
Well,
we should end the
well-
conversation now that I'm messing it up.
Well, I mean, we can't end it before Ramsey saying the 15-16
Well,
San Jose Sharks.
There you go, Ramsey.
Who's
We'll-
watching
we'll-
that?
We'll all tune in. We'll all password share on NHL League Pass so we can watch the.
Who's watching that
documentary.
one? Although one of the great
Is the shark breaking the chains in that one? Can we do a documentary on that?
now Ramsey does redeem himself because I don't know if you go all 3 years, but the year they lost in the Super Bowl, that Raiders when they lost the Buccaneers,
The trade.
and Barrett Robbins
Oh yeah.
disappeared. Everything,
Yeah.
everything. The
There's
trade,
a lot there.
that
Yeah.
whole year, you know,
Yep.
finally getting over the hump and getting to the Super Bowl. That would be a good one too.
I
That'd be a good
remember
one.
we did a sticker stop. These see, y'all might
Damn.
not know what this is. Yeah. We used to put bumper stickers on cars, right? So the thing was, come through whatever place it was, we'll put a KSFM bumper sticker on your car.
Put that on the car.
Right, but you let us do that, you enter to win tickets for the Super Bowl.
Mm.
And it was one of the biggest events that wasn't a concert I've ever been a part of. Just thousands and thousands of cars for hours and hours and hours. And we sent somebody to that Super Bowl. And I saw the tickets. The Super back when you actually had tickets.
the
They
physical
were
tickets.
incredible. Oh, it's just
And they
to
had
hold them
different-
is
Well, they have
amazing.
logos and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
oh,
It
it's
wasn't the whole generic
amazing.
one they have now.
Yeah,
like-
they're thick and like, oh, this is dope. And you got to, you got to tune into the radio at 5:00. You announced the name and came by the studio and put them in their hands, and they went to the Super Bowl.
Football was going crazy out here that year because that was the same year the Niners had to come from behind wild card win against the Giants, so they were good, and then the Raiders went to the Super Bowl. That was crazy.
Coming up, I'm seeing the same name over and over and over again at 24, and I don't know if this is just a mock draft thing, if this is truly a projection, or if literally everyone is being lazy.
I think
We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
all
Why
right.
don't y'all pause with this thick? It was girthy. It was a girthy ticket. Oh, hit me with a pause, Sam. Hit me with a pause. Leave me alone. A bunch of delinquents.
Oh man, we back to boxing today, by the way, everybody. Back to
Jackass.
boxing. I'm gonna figure out the kicking it with KC, and we'll get there eventually. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. Big ups to all my people over there. Shout out to the dope ones. And as always, shout out to Cola Sea Moss. You already know what it is. Strawberry lime. I think I tell you guys all the time, this might be my favorite one. This strawberry lime goes hard in the paint. Shout out to Cola Sea Moss. ColaSeaMoss.com. You already know the vibes. And there's a lot going on in boxing. There's no fights going on this weekend. So I'll be able to really dive into some of the other stuff that I want to talk about next week. But today I got to talk about the biggest problem in the sport. The biggest problem in the sport. Hands down. I'm not afraid to say it. He reared his ugly head again last night, being a jackass. And that's Oscar De La Hoya. I mean, This guy's a problem. He's going back and forth on Twitter with his fighter Ryan Garcia, because Ryan was doing an interview or was talking to somebody in the gym or something like that, and was talking about how his whole team didn't back him up after his loss to Tank. How nobody was there at the press conference. It was just him and his family, and how he thought that was messed up. And Oscar De La Hoya, this jackass, who claimed death threats was the reason why he didn't go, ends up getting on Twitter and just talking about, you need to get over it. It's your fault. The rehydration clause, was your problem. All this, just embarrassing him. And then somebody says, man, they need to let Ryan go. And here's where the problem persists, because Oscar De La Hoya goes on to say, oh, we have a binding contract. Ryan's not going anywhere. You disrespect this fighter at every turn. You're not there to support him in his first loss of his career. And when he says he's tired of all the nonsense, and he may even want to go, he didn't say that, but he may even want to go. Then you talk about how you're going to hold him hostage under his contract. I mean, Oscar De La Hoya is a liar, and he's everything that's wrong with the sport of boxing. His lying ways, his conniving ways, they're the reason why boxing is in the space that it's in. He's public enemy number one when it comes to this sport. And the sport will be much better when he's out of here and Golden Boy is out of here. I hope Virgil Ortiz, I hope he finds a way to get out of his contract very soon. I hope they don't put the Golden Boy on the zone anymore and give him a platform. They need to just get him out of the business, because Oscar De La Hoya and guys like him are the reason why none of this stuff it comes to fruition when we talk about mega fights and all this other stuff. Ryan is the reason why that Tank Davis fight happened, not Oscar De La Hoya, because Oscar didn't want the fight to happen. So, Ryan, if you can get away from that guy as soon as possible, you'll be better and the sport will be better. And that's the 13th round.
These Mexican fighters got to stop going with that guy.
I don't know why they do.
Because he was a hero.
Yeah.
Everyone loved him.
Yeah. Somebody got to know that's just not what it is no more. Oscar De La Hoya, as Floyd likes to call him, he's the worst. He's the worst. See, I could have went into his I try not to go there. But it sometimes just needs to be said.
You see PBC, their Twitter account, tweeting at Ryan?
No, I didn't see it.
I think they tweeted
that.
He
needs to go.
Yeah.
He needs to go. I think they take care of him.
Even that or Bob Arum, dude. They're both better than
just get out of
De La Hoya.
Just get out of Golden Boy.
You don't tell Teofimo's fighting next weekend?
Was that next week?
Yeah, next weekend.
It is. I thought it was the 20th. But yep. It's a good fight. Josh Taylor about to beat the brakes off his ass.
Yeah, I think so. I found out about that fight like 5 days ago. They haven't promoted it at all.
Yeah, I've been aware of it. I've been waiting for it. I just didn't know we were that close. Damien.
Yep.
Your thoughts on Oscar De La Hoya?
I don't have any. I don't get that dude at all. Like, yeah, I don't hear anyone say anything good about him ever.
Only Mario Lopez and Steve Kim, which explained, like, when you were like, really? We got to get rid of Mario Lopez? Just think about that for a second. Yeah, we got to get rid of Mario Lopez.
I've interacted with Mario a couple of times. He was good to me.
Seems like a nice guy, but
yeah,
boy, you remember that time in history when everybody kind of started showing their true colors?
I do.
We started to see what AC Slater was really about.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna trust you.
He's not overly overt.
I acted with Mario like 15 years ago. I'm not gonna hold on to it.
He's not overly overt, but the people he aligns himself with and the eco signs says a lot about you.
Okay. I got you. So we canceling Saved by the Bell, or
I'm not ready.
Not going that far. Okay, I got you.
Yet.
I got you. You know, speaking of television, this kind of got put on the back burner yesterday for reasons I'm not really sure, but it happens on this show. See, Shannon Sharpe is leaving Undisputed.
I did.
This is an interesting.
Skip.
Huh?
What happens to Skip?
Well, I I was reading a lot of articles on Skip this morning. Let's get to Chicago first, man, and then we'll get back to that. 916-909-1320. Chi-Town. What's happening, baby?
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Likewise, Brody.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So let me stay on track. So I want to go back to what y'all was talking about with the Knicks and the Bulls back in them days. Man, that was some good basketball. So hypothetically speaking, without the Bulls and Jordan being a factor, between the Knicks and Indiana and Detroit and Cleveland, man, who gonna be the king? Because them dudes was lethal, bro. Reggie Miller, lethal. Pat Ewing, lethal. Like them dudes, it was just because of Jordan and whatever special stuff he had going on, man. But I'm gonna say Reggie Miller in Indiana, bro, because that boy will shoot your lights out, man. And then I want to say Mr. KC. So with your basketball background and having a little game, if you was a professional right now and you could get drafted, what team would you want to go to and why?
Well, aside from the Kings, because I never subscribed to like the Kevin Durant. I'm never playing at home. I'm the opposite. I would love to play in my home. So the Kings would be number one, but I'll answer outside of the Kings.
Knicks.
Look, man, the Knicks for sure. It's a tie between the Knicks and I wouldn't want to play for the Lakers, but I'd want to play in LA. And then you wouldn't want to play for the Clippers. You wouldn't want to play for the Clippers.
So
just say it.
So you don't want to play. So you want to play in LA, but you don't want to play for the Clippers.
I don't want to play for the Lakers.
What are you going to play with the Sparks?
I don't think you meet the requirement.
I can't play it. That's the whole point. Is I
so
can't play in LA.
Who were you going to play for?
I can't play in LA, but I would want to play.
But you brought it up. You felt the need to bring it up.
LA.
Can you just say it?
I ain't playing.
Okay, Lake Show.
I don't want to play for the Lakers.
No.
And then if you're in LA, you don't want to play for the Clippers.
Just showing your ass to everybody.
No. You guys aren't listening. I'd want to play in LA, but I don't want to play for the Lakers. Then you got the Clippers.
Who you don't want to play for.
Well, if you don't want to play for the Clippers if you're in LA.
What you gonna go, Eli Manning, if you get drafted by the Lakers?
Yeah, I would.
You would not.
Go to the Lakers,
you would not.
I wouldn't go to the Lakers.
You are a liar,
bro,
dude.
I wouldn't go to the Lakers.
You a liar.
Just like I wouldn't let Reese go play for the Dodgers.
You a liar, dude.
If I played baseball, I wouldn't want to play for the Dodgers. Bro. I couldn't do it. I know a guy I went to high school with.
Reese gets drafted by the Dodgers. You're turning into Archie all of a sudden.
He's going to college. He get drafted out of high school by the Dodgers. He going to college.
Casey, this is sad. Just say it. Just say I would play for the Lakers. We all know it. Just say it.
I ain't playing for the Lakers, bro. I'm pulling to Eli.
Such a liar.
I'm pulling to Eli.
Kenny pulls up to the press conference. He's got his old Nick Van Exel jersey on.
One of his.
I had a Kobe jersey.
I was going to say one of your several Kobe Bryant jerseys. However, we have established on this program, Kobe Bryant gear is not Laker gear. No, it's not the same thing.
Kobe was different.
Kobe was up here lying to everybody. I hate when
it'd probably be the Knicks first, though. I would. Well,
Katrina says, you want that love from Steve Ballmer. Come on, man. Introductory press conference, a little high thigh grabbing. Come on, man.
That's a heck of a question, though. I don't know.
Kings first, Knicks second. It was Brooklyn third. Who's
I really wouldn't play for the Nets. I wouldn't want to play for the Nets.
That's wild to me.
Part of me says
Brooklyn
for some reason Washington. I like the DMV.
Yeah, I mean that arena is downtown.
I like the DMV, so they might be on the list. Well, you see how I'm staying out of Middle America?
Traffic.
I don't want to be anywhere in Middle America.
No.
Maybe New Orleans, but their fans don't care.
Yeah, they really don't. I wouldn't want to do New Orleans.
Atlanta. When we went to Atlanta, I was like, damn, I kind of been sleeping on Atlanta for the last 15 years.
See, the problem is though,
I want to go back.
We really didn't go to Atlanta. We went to Fayetteville.
Well,
right?
You left early. Me and Jazz.
No, that's not. I don't. No, frame it. Frame it properly.
Didn't you leave in the morning?
Oh, you mean left the city? Yeah. I left.
I think we had an evening flight, so we spent the day. We went downtown.
And how'd that evening flight go for you, by the way?
I'll never forget that. Where we got stuck was Phoenix.
Yeah, I remember.
Damn
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was supposed to do the show. Well, I made it, but I was like, I got to go to work in a couple hours.
I took the 6 a.m. flight because it was the direct flight. That's why I took it.
Yeah.
Like I just wanted to get home.
That was a good move. That was a good move. But we spent the
Kenny
day.
got home like 15 hours after I did.
Really did. I got home like sometime Monday morning. It was supposed to be Sunday night. But we spent the day in Atlanta. I was like, damn.
Oh, okay.
I kind of been sleeping on Atlanta, man. I got to get back out here, man. I got to get back out here. So I say all this to say, maybe I'd play for the Hawks.
Play for the Hawks.
You know, one thing I said that I wouldn't play for is not on that list. Is Miami. I don't know. It's not the
play
city.
for Miami.
I don't want to say I wouldn't, but they're not before those other cities.
Okay. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have them above those other cities either.
Miami looked like a nice place to live, though. It's got an LA vibe.
Well, you know, everything LA is important. Like that's the way you think is.
I don't know if I'd want to play for the Warriors. I don't think so.
Play the.
If I had my choice, though, like you said,
could
New York
you'd play for the Warriors. You literally live here.
It'd be like Sabonis.
You'd be like Sabonis, yeah. You'd be like Sabonis. So we mentioned before talking to Chicago, and you could get in on the phone lines 916-909-1320. James Ham coming up at the top of the hour.
I don't know why. Kyle says, Kenny wearing Hoochie Daddy shorts when he's with the Clippers.
It's that high thigh grabbing. If we ever get the opportunity to interview Steve Ballmer, we're going to play that clip and just ask him, bro, what is happening right here? So we had mentioned right before talking to Chicago that Shannon Sharpe is leaving FS1 and Undisputed immediately following the NBA Finals, and much has been written about this divorce in the last few days. And shout out to Awful Announcing, because this is just an incredible tweet for their article on Skip Bayless. The sad, single-minded decay of Skip Bayless has left him the undisputed king of nothing. It might be one of the greatest headlines I've ever read and the most accurate.
That's funny.
Skip, yeah. So from what I've read is this whole operation at Fox Sports revolves around Skip Bayless. And there were reports, and again, you can choose to believe what you want. You know, it's clear that that this particular report had an agenda to it. But it was like Skip is going to have the final say in who's hired to work with him, and he does not want anyone to challenge him. And okay, that's what Fox Sports 1 is. Like it revolves around. And the thing with like this is kind of what happened with, you know, when Skip and Stephen A broke up, and Skip went over here, Stephen A was like Stephen A and Max Kellerman. Now it's Stephen A and like a rotating group of guys. It's Mad Dog, it's JJ, it's Kendrick, it's just a variety of different people. Well, FS1 ain't got a roster like that.
Right.
So it could literally be Skip Bayless yelling at himself for an hour. Like I don't know. I told you, like, I really truly do not watch these shows anymore. Like I hate what sports television has become. But I do see them. You know, I see the clips, and then of course I see them. You know, the place where I get the most Skip and Shannon is at the barbershop. And I find Shannon incredibly entertaining. I just always hated that he was across from Skip because I can't stand Skip Bayless.
And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out for Skip, because you talk about, like, you see a lot of the clips and all this other stuff. Almost all the clips I would see at this point was Shannon Sharpe.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't see nobody clipping anything that Skip says, because people look at Skip like a clown. So if he says something, they don't take it serious. They just don't even pay attention to it no more. Everything from that show revolved around a moment Shannon had.
Mm-hmm.
And now that he's gone, I don't know. Skip better be the best finder of talent known to man right now, because he can't carry that show anymore.
No, he can't.
That was, and that, you read some things, people feel like that's where their relationship went sour, when Shannon started to become a bigger star on that show than Skip.
Yeah.
And Skip would take the shots and stuff like that, and take little pot shots at him once that started to be the case. But it is what it is, Skip. Like, nobody tuned in for you. It was Shannon, to see what Shannon would say, or to see what Shannon would say to what you said, right? It was never about Skip. So you're losing that element, and maybe I'm the wrong person to talk about, because I don't watch those shows, so I don't know what somebody's looking for when they watch that show.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what Skip is going to do moving forward.
I feel like with sports, I think that one of the beauties of what we do is we all watch the same thing, right? And we'll take last night's game out of the equation. We'll talk about the Kings.
Yawn.
I need you to stop doing that. We all watch the same thing. Like, we'll all watch the Sacramento Kings play, and whether it's that night or for us the next day, we'll all have opinions on it, and the opinions will vary. We all saw the same thing, but we would have seen it differently. We would have interpreted differently. We would have different takeaways from it, and that's the beauty of this. The beauty of this is you could sit down and talk about the different things you saw and how you formed your opinion on Keegan Murray, or how you've formed your opinion on De'Aaron Fox, or the game plan, or the offense, or the defense, or Mike Brown. That's what this is. Like, that's, again, it's something that's, really, it's just one of the great things about sports is you can see the same thing and have a variety of different opinions on it and discuss it. And I feel like it was the original incarnation of Stephen A. and Skip where that changed. And it became, and I can't remember the dude's name. I'm afraid I'm going to get it wrong, but I think it's Jamie Horowitz. Jamie Horowitz was a producer at ESPN, and he is the one who is credited with creating this, like, debate television, not PTI, where you're having two guys discuss something, and if they agree, great. If they don't, great. But it's two educated people having an educated discussion.
Right.
He brought this debate thing where it was, well, you're an idiot because this happened and this. How did you not see this? And it becomes this whole, like, clown show. Jamie Horowitz gets fired by ESPN, goes to FS1, grabs Skip Bayless, grabs Colin Cowherd, grabs your boy Broussard, grabs all of those guys, takes them over there, and just tries to recreate the same thing over and over and over again, to the point where, like, this stuff is not worth watching anymore. And you can sit down. You and I are at games that we interpret very differently. We're sitting next to each other and we don't see things the same way. But at no point am I telling you you're crazy for thinking that. At no point am I, like, down talking something that you saw. And it's just become, and at no point are we creating something that we think is going to get views on social media. And I wonder, especially for a struggling network like FS1, because it is struggling, if they have gone full, forget TV, we'll bring interest in by saying something outlandish, cutting it, and getting it out there on social media. Because the fact is, we'll have a bigger audience on, as ridiculous as this sounds, we'll have a bigger audience on social media than we actually do on television. And if we can pull a tiny percentage of people who like that clip over to our television network, we're in good shape. And it hasn't happened yet. They keep trying to do it, and it hasn't happened.
Well, the crazy thing is, like, I don't watch FS1 content, but I see Shannon and Skip's clips.
That's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I don't ever
Yeah.
watch Undisputed. I don't ever turn the channel to that, but I see the clips like often. So it's working. It's kind of working. Maybe it's not working. The other thing about what you said, where I think the big problem is we disagree. We've disagreed before. And you said you're crazy. I've said you're crazy.
Mhm.
That's natural, though. The issue that we have with these shows is it's all orchestrated and contrived.
Yeah.
Like, they could be on two separate sides. They have to have two different opinions every time. And it has to be mine is right, yours is wrong. If you don't think mine is right, you're crazy. It has to be that every time. The reason why, like, we genuinely, if we disagree, it's a genuine disagreement. This is we don't always disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's times we're like, yeah, you're right, Damien. I saw the same thing. Yep.
Okay.
Then
we move on to something else.
Move on. And if we don't, we genuinely like, nah, I disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's nothing wrong with it. I think you're wrong. That's fine. That's okay. But when it's contrived, when it's all part of
it's a
show or an
circus.
act,
Yeah, it's like
that's when it gets ridiculous.
Did you see? I saw a clip of JJ. Mad Dog. He told Mad Dog, and I don't remember. It was like they were Mad Dog was trashing Jaylen Brown, and JJ was like, "Dude, you're the absolute worst." And then he goes on to talk about something that in response to what Mad Dog said. And for me, it's like I already don't like this setup, right? With this guy, I get his place in radio. I don't get his place on my television in 2023.
Right. Yeah.
And for one of the people on the show to go, you are the absolute worst. As a viewer, why would I ever take into credibility what that person says? Mm-hmm. It's like we talk about with boxing or a well-told wrestling story. You don't trash your opponent. Mm-hmm. You build them up. Like you talked about Floyd. Floyd builds up his opponents to make the fight better.
Every build up. Oh, he's a true champion.
If I'm watching television and I'm looking at JJ Redick going, you're the absolute worst, and I already don't like this guy, and I hear JJ go, God, you are the absolute worst. I'm like, damn, it's not just me. It's JJ. Why would I ever watch that? Right. Why would I ever want to hear that individual's opinion? And it's just gotten to the point where I have a tremendous amount of respect for Stephen A. Smith and his work ethic and what he's done in the industry. Whether I like it, I respect his work. Like we joke, ESPN is the Graney and Stephen A. network, but those guys are working hard. I don't like it, but they're working hard. Right. But the gist is, I don't like it. I don't like what Stephen A. Smith has to say. I respect his work and I respect his work ethic, but I don't like what he has to say. Right. And it's gotten to the point where I dislike it so much. I don't care. Skip hit that years ago. When I started to learn about Skip and his ascension through the Dallas Cowboys, I was like, no, this is using like one thing and I think you and I are the same in this. If you're going to work in this industry, whether it's through writing or podcasting or radio or whatever, don't use athletes as props. They're subjects. Right. They're not props. These dudes use them as props. And it's like for those that don't know the Skip Bayless Dallas Cowboys thing, he covered the Dallas Cowboys. That's why he talks about them the way that he does. No one gave a damn about Skip Bayless until he insinuated that Troy Aikman was gay in his book. And Troy was like, yo, what do you like? What's forming this opinion? Like, just give me some background on this. Right. And that to me was the beginning of, oh, okay, this is what we're doing. We're just throwing stuff out there. We're trying. He wasn't trying to get clicks because it was in a book, but he was trying to get attention for his book. He's not the only one who does that, by the way. But still, it's like you have a living. Because of in this particular case, you have a living because of the Dallas Cowboys. You have a roof over your head and food in your stomach because of the Dallas Cowboys, because that's who you cover. And that's how you act. I can't get down with that, man.
Nah, I got no interest in Skip Bayless. None whatsoever. Like he
I do have interest in Shannon though.
Oh yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
Shannon. Like I watched Shannon's. It was a damn near 2-hour interview with Steve
Cliff
Harvey.
Shay.
Yeah, and I
He's
guess
taking that with him too.
I guess that was Fox. I guess that was FS1's.
Yeah. Well,
So he
is.
gets it. He's taking
Yeah,
it
he's
with him.
taking wherever
I'm
he
sure it
goes,
wasn't
he's taking
free,
Right.
but he's taking it with him.
Wherever he
But
goes,
that's a
he's taking it with him.
really good show.
Yeah, he does a good job with that. Hey,
Probably because Skip ain't involved.
You know what I saw yesterday? That I want to hear what you think about this.
Okay.
Rob Parker was on The Breakfast Club the other day.
Really?
Yeah. And obviously, one of the first things they brought up was like the remarks about the cornball brother that got him fired from ESPN. And hearing like just, I don't know what I can't remember what I thought at the time. But I think it's kind of crazy that happened to him because of that. If he would have the crazy thing about it is if he would have said RG3's a cornball, nothing would have happened. And I don't think nothing should have happened because he said cornball brother. He was fired because of that.
Yeah. I don't know. I have feelings about like there's certain times where I want to call other black people certain things. And I just recognize you don't do that.
Yeah.
Like and so but to your point, but to your point, but to your point, well no. It's like don't air family business. Do you know what I mean? Like,
but so you're right. But if he would have just said he's a cornball,
but that has but when you say a cornball brother, that has a connotation to it.
I get you. I get you.
It's like it's like it's like using the term Tom. Like, don't do that don't do that in mixed company. Right. You know what I mean? So, but to your original point, like he got fired for that. Yeah. Like to your original point, yeah, that's kind of a stretch. I'm not the biggest Rob Parker guy.
Yeah, I'm not either. But I'm not. I haven't watched him in Broussard's show or listened to the pod or whatever. I just watched the interview. I heard him talk, and I was just like, dang, that was kind of crazy. You got fired because
I would have never guessed Rob Parker was on the Breakfast Club. I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm sure it's on my podcast. I'll have to check that out, man. We'll come back. I mentioned this is a perfect transition because we got James Ham coming up. Stuff you see in these mock drafts. Curious to get your thought on. And I'm not trying to disparage them at all. It's just like when a mock draft comes out 4 weeks before the draft, you've got to wonder, like, all right, let's just get this out there and see if people click on it. Plus, boy, Aaron Judge. I'll make this quick.
All right.
I'll make it quick. I know I'm not the baseball guy, but I came across some Aaron Judge numbers this morning. My goodness. I'll run those by you with either one, Casey. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got you, Stephen Brown. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Very
fire is
very fair. Very fair. Ian, you're asking why we're down with Shannon and not Skip. I just think I think Shannon has a more balanced perspective. I think Skip just says shit like you said right here. Like he's the worst. He just says stuff. Tie. It's a tie. They're both the worst. It's a tie. What else we got in here? Rob Parker does good work with Major League Baseball Network, attempting to promote it to the culture. That's good stuff, man. Maybe I gotta give Rob Parker. I think part of what hurts Rob Parker for me, Ramsey, is he's with Broussard. Like when they did radio together, and like I just like Chris.
Broussard is horrible.
I just can't.
All those shows are horrible.
I can't say anything nice about him. Chris Broussard is damn near like Skip. He acts the way Skip does. I saw the Dirk clip this morning. I thought that was dumb, but
well, it's like that's like the new wave though, because Jay Williams is horrible too. Like that's just
and
what makes money now.
See, that sucks too, because I thought Jay really wanted to be like great. Like I thought he like, and it's probably the network. Like he brother lost his way.
You can talk sports and be entertaining without fucking playing a character.
You got it for? Very nice. Nothing. Just go home. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, James, if you can cut James. Yeah. Just cut James and I'll post that, or I'll just cut James. That's it. Yeah, maybe they do one together. You probably fucking love them. Yeah, and that's the, I don't know. I just it's always weird to me, and I have the same criticism with Stephen A. When guys go so, like Stephen A. does it with Kyrie. I feel like he did it with Kevin Durant, and Skip does it with LeBron. It's just like what are you doing? Like, are you doing this for like you're
It's for the clip. It's
not
organic.
That's goofiness, man. I don't. Again, FS1 is tough for me. I don't feel like Nick Wright is super outrageous, but I'm not as familiar with him as the other crew. I don't think I have an opinion on him. Like, I don't dislike him.
I've got him and Skip blocked on Twitter, and then both of their names moved. I haven't seen a take from them in a while.
Oh, that's understandable. John, that's a good question. I'm actually half-ass interested in tuning in tonight just to see what they do next. You got to follow the Jimmy thing up pretty strong.
I think Jay should stick around, but I think he should be the one who costs Roman the title. He doesn't have to necessarily win it off of him, but cost him.
So also, like, what do we do? So what are we doing? So I read a rumor last night that they're creating that, like, that they might just make the two belts one.
I've seen that, but I don't know if they're doing it for sure.
Yeah, like as a part of tonight's show. And also, are the tag team champions just going to walk around with 2 championship belts from now on? Like, we have to like turn these 2 belts into 1 belt. Like, just acknowledge, hey, we're
find
merging.
a way to separate them again.
Well, I think they tried that once with the Usos, where they were like, okay, you're defending this title, but not this title.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, they won that match too. So it didn't matter. They wound up having them both.
Well,
and now Sammy and KO got them both.
Well, here's the thing about this whole situation. They're in control of the outcome.
Well, there's that. there's that.
If they want to separate the belts, they can make them lose one of them.
But you've got to make it work in storyline. That's the key. You got to tell a good story to do it. And they've gotten so far in this Roman Reigns thing that I read a rumor last night that they're just creating a new universal title. They're getting rid of the blue and the red title, and they're just making a new title. And it's one belt, so Roman doesn't have to walk around with 2 of them anymore.
But then essentially they're back to 2 titles.
They already are back to 2 titles. They're at 3 titles right now. You've got 2 universal at this exact moment. You have 2 universal titles, and you have the thing Seth has, which I don't know what it's called. I assume it's called the World Heavyweight title.
Yeah, that's the heavyweight one, I think.
All right.
Come on, man. They got to reel this thing back in. It's getting a little crazy. I was thinking about it last night. There's wrestling on every night.
There really is.
It's a little too much.
Yeah.
WWE turned into boxing with their titles now.
That's why. Oh, we didn't mention this. Yeah, they're getting pretty damn close. we didn't mention this, but I'm sure you saw the Tony Khan tweet, or he actually made an announcement. The tweet followed later.
No.
The Saturday AEW show.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
But did
Not
we
on the show.
talk about it after it was announced?
Yeah.
That Punk is back?
No.
Yeah, Punk is back. It went the way because I had read that they were waiting to announce the venue because they didn't want to do it in Chicago unless they knew for sure that Punk was going to be there. And then sure enough, they announced it. I think it's United Center in Chicago, and it's CM Punk's return.
I just don't see CM Punk the same way others in wrestling.
It's pretty well. I don't know that anyone sees CM Punk the way that they did a year and a half ago. This return has not gone well at all. He's been hurt bad twice, and then you had the issue that happened at that press conference. I don't know how long ago that was. Now it was a while ago though.
I saw Jade though.
I know you saw Jade.
You saw her in the white.
I've seen Jade in everything. Like if there's something out there with Jade in it, I saw it.
Jade and Brandon Phillips were somewhere on some car. I was like, man, oh man.
James Ham's going to join us. James probably didn't see Jade. He's going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour. Quick thing here, and then we'll move into the Kings. Jason Stark posted these numbers this morning over at The Athletic. I found them incredible. 47 games into his season. Aaron Judge has the same number of home runs that he did last year.
Jeez.
Aaron Judge's numbers, 47 games into his season, they're virtually identical to last year. Now, the caveat to all of that is, I was trying to emphasize 47 games into his season because the Yankees are like 58 games into theirs. So it's not a comp that he's going to put up the same exact numbers that he did last year. But man, goodness gracious.
He's a problem.
He is incredible.
He is amazing to see. I think I saw it earlier this week. I think he had 2 home runs and robbed somebody of a home run as well. He's a problem.
Boy, he's bad.
He's a problem. Giants this weekend against the Orioles. Have you seen the AL East standings?
Mm-mm.
Everybody's above 500. The best team, the Orioles, I believe. Let me look before I think they're 35-21.
That's the Giants' opponent this week, right? You said Giants and Orioles?
They're 35, which is like a shock, like coming out of nowhere. It's almost like the Kings season. Like Orioles are supposed to be no good.
Oh wow.
35-21.
This is a weird Giants and Orioles. Like when was the last time that happened?
And maybe it happened since then, but I remember about 3 years ago, the Giants were in Baltimore when I was in Baltimore.
Okay.
And I didn't go.
Oh. Are you even a fan? Are you Giants? Are you Giants, Kenny?
Yeah, and the timing didn't work out. I would have loved to go. There's plenty of good seats available at Camden Yards.
Well,
but Orioles are 35-21, 4 games back, because the Tampa Bay Rays are 40-18.
My goodness.
Everybody, it's still that way. Everybody in the AL East is above 500.
That's incredible.
You compare that to, let's just go to the NL Central, where they only have the league leader is the Brewers at 2 games over 500.
The A's? The A's current record is what?
12-46.
The A's are on pace to go 34-128. I was positive that had to be the worst record of all time.
It's not.
It's not. And what was more fascinating about this, and I brought this up before, please forgive me for being repetitive, is what Major League Baseball considers the modern era. It's like the 34-120. It's got to be the worst. Well, no, because a team, I can't remember what they were called. It's in Jason's, like the Strikers.
What?
That played in like 1899.
Come on, man.
For reasons known to no human being, is still considered the modern era.
That's considered the modern era.
That's what he said.
Come on, man. Come on. They've got the worst record of all time.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
It was the Cleveland Spiders.
Spiders. Thank you. What'd I say? I knew it was something like that. Spiders. Cleveland Spiders. What's the record? Can you see the record?
20 and 134.
Wow.
Man. Man.
The A's aren't out the woods yet.
Well,
they're not out the woods yet.
If the A's they continue their pace, they'll have two of the 5 worst records in baseball history. Philadelphia A's, that's still the A's, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
I want to ask you something about the A's in just a second, but I want to ask, this is about the A's too. The second worst run differential in Major League Baseball is the Kansas City Royals with a -70.
Wow. Okay.
Obviously, the A's are the worst. Do you want to take a guess on what their minus?
Can you give me Kansas City's record?
Kansas City is 17 and 39.
Oh my. Okay. Well, that's not good either.
Sneaky
17-39.
5 more wins than the
minus 70. You just said the A's 12 wins.
12 and 46.
I'm gonna go minus 121.
You want to guess, Jesse?
I was looking at the records again. Run it back.
The run differential. The Royals are second worst with a -70. What do you think the A's is?
I think I saw it, but 146, I think.
-195.
Oh my God.
I was way off still.
Wow.
-195. They are 125.
Wow.
Worse
What's
than
the
next
Rays?
person.
I assume the
are-
Rays are the best.
Yeah, this is crazy too. They're +119.
Goodness gracious. You know we're talking baseball. Ramsey's going to call. Ramsey, what's going on, man?
And not too much. And the Rays are not the best run differential team in the majors.
They are
It's
not.
a
You're right.
It's Bochy in Texas.
Bruce
Them
Bochy
boys
doing
are
it again.
Hey, them boys are balling. I'm trying to find a way to get out to Oracle this weekend because the Baltimore is good. That's
They
a
are.
good baseball team.
They are.
You got to starts with Adley Rutschman, their catcher, and then they've got a few other young prospects. They finally put it all together. You could almost say it's looking similar to the Kings. You finally get the year that they put it together, and here's what you got.
Mm.
Yeah, no, Baltimore. I like the Orioles just as an organization. Because now I got my Baltimore ties. Shout out to Sherrill in Baltimore. And also, do you know that have you seen that the Orioles have a section called the Bird Bath section?
I have not.
Where I think it's just extra base hits. I don't even think it's a home run. Every time there's an extra base hit in this section beyond center field, they get sprayed with water. Everybody in that section, and they go crazy for it.
Okay. I believe it.
Sit in the Bird
Who
Bath
has
section.
the pool? That's Tampa Bay, right? Or Tampa?
Arizona.
Oh, Arizona has the pool.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Arizona tied for first place with the Dodgers.
There you go.
Sorry, Mitch. Oh, real quick, because we got James.
Bring James in. James loves love.
Did you see
baseball.
Jake's story? Our guy Jake Gaden over at CBS 13.
I did not know.
So
I saw he posted it. I didn't
they
get a
did
chance to
little
watch
piece
it.
on. I guess Sacramento is trying to lay in the weeds for the A's because this
Okay.
Vegas thing is
It's sketchy.
at best. One of the person who makes the final decisions, I guess, in the Las Vegas legislator or whatever, this lady said, "Right now, I'm at a hell no." So I don't know what's happening with that, but the guy, I forgot who it was. He's like the founder of the Sacramento Visitation Center or something, Bureau or whatever. He was on that piece that Jake was talking about. I was like, look, man, we're ready to make this happen. Like, we're ready to do this. Once Las Vegas falls through, we need the commissioner to come listen to us because we're ready to make this happen. So
Hammer, what do you think?
I saw it. I was intrigued. First of all, he's not any kind of decision maker.
He really isn't.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, I could have gone and done an interview and said random things as well. I get it. It's first of all, the situation in Las Vegas is a huge mess. Like, they're having all kinds of infighting right now, from what I read, just on their own budgets before they even get to the A's stuff. The A's have chosen not to show up for any of the public meetings. They haven't been there to present to the council or anything else. They have until Monday to close the financing deal, or a special session has to be called because the end of their basic, fiscal year stuff ends and they're leaving. So like the whole thing is a total mess in Las Vegas. And you're looking at Oakland, and Oakland is saying, hey, we have everything approved. We have 2 different sites approved. We have $400 million in cash with another $100 million coming in. The biggest issue is that in Oakland, they wanted a $12 billion like development, like this massive, massive project. And it all came down to like $88 million in overruns and in infrastructure that the city of Oakland and the A's had not yet come to an agreement on. And then the A's just like backed out and left and went and did their thing in Las Vegas. So, it's a mess. And John Fisher, I guess, just maybe doesn't have the liquid cash that he once did. He's a primary shareholder in Gap. And Gap prices, their stock prices have plummeted from like $35 in January or February of 2021 all the way down to like $8.50 today. And so his net worth has taken a massive hit, but also his liquidity, like his cash on hand to actually do anything. And so I think it's really interesting. Someone easily could swoop in. We already know that Vivek and of course, John Fisher are friends. He came and sat courtside near the end of the season next to Vivek. So I'm intrigued by it, especially with Vivek buying the River Cats. From what I know, you cannot retrofit that stadium without tearing down a whole bunch of it to actually turn it into a major league park. But there's still room right there in the rail yards to drop in a baseball stadium. So all of this could happen. You just don't know.
It's really hard to believe such a well-run organization like the Oakland A's is having trouble getting this relocation nailed down. It's truly
can't believe it's happening.
I'm sure you can hear it in my voice. It's stunning. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, as we officially welcome in our 1320 Kings insider, creator of the Kings Beat, and baseball fan, our man James Ham. James, as we shift gears here to the Sacramento Kings, we're just about 4 weeks away from the NBA draft. We'll discuss this all together because I'm curious your thoughts on this, James. You've made a lot of mock drafts in your day. And I've noticed something over the last few weeks that I'm just curious to get your opinion on. I try to pay attention because the Kings are drafting, later than we're used to. So I really kind of look at 20 through 26 through these different drafts, through different publications, different writers to see who they have slotted in those areas and to see how similar those 6 or 7 picks are with each other. Like, is it the same group of players all kind of right there in that area? And one thing I noticed, Hammer, is like this week, and I get we're 4 weeks away from the draft. We're like 5 different drafts that had Chris Murray at 24. And it's like, okay, are you telling me he's the consensus number 24 pick in this draft? Or is this just kind of a lazy, hey, we're 4 weeks away, let's make a little cute story? Because all of them include a line something similar to, he'll probably go higher. But for this version of the draft, I'm going to put him in at 24. Like, is this James, explain the mock draft process to me so I don't throw my computer the next time I see Chris Murray at 24. By the way, this has nothing to do with Chris Murray. It just has to do with, okay, we're at the 24th pick of the draft, and everyone thinks Chris Murray is coming to Sacramento, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I really do think that there's a huge void left right now in the draft world. Because there aren't nearly the quality of people that are writing mock drafts that there used to be. And that
some of them are working in front offices now.
Well, that's the deal. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, when you lose Draft Express as like the primary when they sold to ESPN, that was a big hit. But then when ESPN absorbed, Jonathan Givony and Mike Schmitz, they at least had those guys on board, right? But then Mike Schmitz left and became the assistant general manager for the Portland Trailblazers. Mike is the guy. He is the guy. He has been for like 5 or 6 years in the draft world. He's the guy who's at every one of these Nike AAU camps. He's the one that travels the world to scout prospects everywhere. He's really, really good at what he does. And to lose him in that space was a huge, huge loss for basketball fans. And then the next guy on the list after really Mike Schmitz, because I don't even really consider Jonathan Givony as part of that. It's just he's the guy who financed and built Draft Express, but after that, he really relied on the talent of guys like Mike, who's the one who did the original videos. Like if you remember, Draft Express was the best of the best of the best with their draft coverage videos, and all of that was Mike Schmitz. So the next step is Sam Vecini from the Athletic, and he's tremendous. And then after that, there's a steep drop off. And so what we're doing here with mock drafts is exactly that. I mean, during the shutdown, right? So we hit the pandemic, the early parts of the pandemic before the Tyrese Halliburton draft. I want to say 11 mock drafts. Maybe it was more. Maybe it was like 21 mock drafts. Like during that time, and you got to come up with something every 2 to 4 weeks. Your boss wants it. They're the only thing driving any traffic to the site. I did something like 80 million page views during the lockdown in mock drafts, and a lot of that is, diving deeper and deeper and deeper into each one of these prospects, their videos, getting as much resources as you can on them. But that's not everyone. Not everybody has a scouting eye. Not everybody, like a lot of it's copycat. A lot of it's just guys looking at the other mock drafts and moving guys around off of those boards. Our friend Brett Huff, I think, does a tremendous job of doing what he calls a consensus board, where it has basically every single one of the major mock drafts he's pulling, and he puts them into a spreadsheet and like basically comes up with an equation to rate each of the prospects and put them in a consensus, like what everyone kind of is saying. So when it comes to Chris Murray and the Kings, I do think a lot of it's just lazy, just straight up. Chris Murray's probably going to go number 16, 17, 18 in the draft. It's possible he falls to 24, but even if he does, I'm not even sure the Kings take him. And that, again, that's not a knock on Chris Murray. The fact is they already have Keegan, and Keegan and Chris, while they're different players, they're still identical twins. They still have the same exact body type. Neither one of them is a gigantic leaper. They're not super athletes. They're really, really smart, good, high quality players, but they're very similar. And the Kings need something different at that 24 spot. If they're going to stay there, they need a long, athletic leaper that's defensive minded, that, really is more of a 3-and-D3 or a 3-and-D4 or a 3-4 combo. And I guess you could squint and say, okay, maybe I can see Chris Murray as that player, but there are other options that I think fit the bill better. And so I do believe that it's kind of lazy. To get back to your original question, after a long segue there, but if that makes sense.
No, it does.
Yeah. How difficult is it to, do these mock drafts after probably the lottery? Like, it's already kind of tough enough in the back half of the lottery, but 24. I mean, there's so many different variables and different scenarios. Guys that can be drafted, guys that could be traded, picks that be traded. I mean, that seems like a tough task. And to be honest with you, I say that to say I could see somebody maybe being lazy with it, because all right, I don't really know what's going to happen after 15. Well, Chris Murray is there. the Kings kind of all right, okay. At least I have a story to tell at that point. Like 24 is kind of tough.
Yeah, it's funny you bring up like even the top 15, and we just saw a report yesterday from Wassman, I believe, that that Bilal Coulibaly has a promise in the top 14. So, I mean, that's a guy who realistically is slated in most mock drafts to go between like 25 and 35. Not all the way up there. And there's always like lottery busters. You have the Josh Primos of the world who jump up out of nowhere and slide into the lottery where no one expected. And they're like, there's countless players that are like that, right? That, guys like Noah Vonleh who are around 1920 move all the way up to, the night before the draft. People say he could go to number 4 and then he falls like number 11 or 12. Like there are all of these draft stories that happen. But this draft in particular, I'm just going to say like from 15 to like 40, it's so wide open. And it really does depend on like just what you're interested in, what as a team you value, what you have as needs. And I think that's when I'm doing mock drafts, and I have done so many mock drafts. I don't even know. But I'll tell you that like I try to do things like my own way. So I really look at team needs. So I scout all of their salary structure. I look at all of their minutes played from the years before, and I match like what is their weaknesses, what are their pluses, and then I try to find players that I think fit those when I'm doing mocks. So if I'm doing mocks, I break it down into like a player profile, what he looks like, what he can do as a player, and then what team needs are, and then how that player fits into those needs. And that's usually how I do it. And those things change, they change throughout. Like when you talk about the lottery comes out, like that's your mock draft should shake up substantially because now you have the true sort of the draft placements in their true order. So now I know that, if I'm looking at even like go all the way up to the number 2 pick, Brandon Miller might make more sense than Scoot Henderson at number 2 because Charlotte has LaMelo Ball, and they might not need a true point guard. They might need someone different. They might need a small forward. So or a power forward, whatever you want to put Brandon Miller as. So like all of these things change throughout especially once the lottery comes out, and then it's fine tuning, especially down the last 2 weeks. You're hearing a ton of stuff. Like I'm always hearing a ton of stuff. They're like, I mentioned it to you guys before. Like I've heard like crazy things come out of the combines about specific players that you're just like, boy, that just makes you're scratching your head. Like, what in the world does that even mean? And then guys plummet, and then you know why. And it's really difficult because you're looking at these things from like a million miles away. And, there are some guys like, again, there's some really, really good mock draft guys that are calling every single, they're calling the prospects trainer at their school. So they have a list of not only, the head coach at a specific college, but maybe a couple of assistants and then maybe a trainer. And they'll get a really good package. Some of them will go back to their high school coaches and they'll really dive into like what this kid was like in high school, how hard of a worker he was, whether he showed up to practice, whether he was a good teammate, all of these things. And they try to package them up. And then there's the other thing, like we talked about the other day with the guy that you love, Kenny, there are players that they go to 4 different high schools or 5 different high schools, and then they go to prep school, and then they switch colleges 3 times. And it's like, if you've ever hired people and fired people, that when you get an employee that's had 4 jobs and it's, like June, they've already had 4 jobs that year, that if you hire them, you're going to have them for like 2 weeks and then they're leaving. They're going somewhere else. So like, that's a problem. You want some sort of commitment level from your prospects. And because that comes in, like if someone's willing to give up on a college or a high school experience after a year, or someone's in their ear telling them to move from this college, this high school to this high school, or this college to this college, none of that's good. That means that they have bad outside people giving them bad advice. They have all kinds of needs that you might not be able to fit as a franchise. And players like that usually get to a certain point and then they're ready to go somewhere else because they don't want to do the work or they don't want to listen to you anymore. And they're so used to just giving up on the process and going somewhere else. So like it's pretty heavy. And these are multi-million-dollar decisions. I mean, that decision at number 2 is probably, it could mean $100 to $200 million in franchise valuation 3 years from now. If one of them hits and one of them doesn't, that's huge.
Have you ever, in your conversations with Monty McNair, kind of dove into what his process is at this time of year? Or
Yeah.
Wes?
Yeah. Like between the two of them, between the conversations that I have, a lot of like what I get from them is they prefer to go with what they know. Like there's speculation and like prognosticating what a prospect might do is one thing, but these guys really do like to center on what can I guarantee or what do I really think a prospect can do and not put some pie in the sky expectations. Again, it's Keegan Murray over Jaden Ivey or Shannon Sharpe. You know who Keegan Murray is. You know what the floor is, and you hope you know what the ceiling is. He might push the ceiling, but he's not going to go below the floor that you think you've set. And I'd even say this, his rookie season, that's his floor as a player. 12 points, 5 rebounds, like steals, blocks, assists, everything else. That's the floor, but also a 40% 3-point shooter. So where can he go from there? That's going to depend on the work he puts in. It's going to depend on the system. It's going to depend on the players that are around him and whether they're better than him or not. If you go out and get a player that's better than, say, Harrison Barnes in status, then Keegan Murray might not develop quite as fast or become quite as high a scorer as you think he would. But if you don't and you bring in a couple of defensive-minded guys to fill Harrison Barnes' spot if Harrison's not back, then all of a sudden Keegan Murray becomes a much higher profile player in your rotation. He's going to get more touches. So I think when it comes to like this group, look at the players they've drafted. Davion Mitchell, again, like 22, 23-year-old 4-year player in college. Keegan Murray was an old sophomore, but 22. I think he's 21 when he's drafted, but turned 22 early. And then Tyrese Halliburton, who was a sophomore coming out of his sophomore season. All of them were very, very good and productive college players. And that's something that I think that this team and this group of executives, they value highly, because worst case scenario, that you're getting like this level of player. You might not get this level of player, but you're also not going to get a player who's out of the league in 2 years. You're not going to get a Yorgos Papagiannis that, doesn't even last a full 2 seasons in the NBA. And, it seems like how long ago Yorgos Papagiannis was drafted by the Kings. I just looked. He's still 25 years old, playing in Greece, and will be in the championship game against Sasha Vezenkov, 25 years old. You can't miss like that. Yeah.
That's amazing. He's 25 years old.
Jeez. I would have never thought that. I mean, I
No,
wouldn't have thought
me
he was
neither.
40, but I wouldn't have thought 25.
I wouldn't have thought about him if James hadn't brought him up, to be honest with you. And I don't mean
He was
I mean,
drafted before
What was he?
De'Aaron.
that's
What was
so
he,
brutal.
18 when he was drafted?
Yeah. Yeah. And hey, he's developed. And, if you look at the trajectory of Sasha Vezenkov, if Papagiannis gets an opportunity in Greece to become like a primary on his team, like Sasha did, like he could bump those stats up to 17 points and 12 rebounds and 2 blocks. Like it's still there. He's still a huge man, he's still mobile. He just didn't fit what the Kings were doing. And he was kind of surly and wasn't easy to get along with.
Papagiannis was one of the only players I remember like that I've since like covering the Kings or covering basketball where I watched him and was like, he looks lost. Like he genuinely doesn't look like he knows what to do when he's out there on the basketball floor. I don't think I've watched a player like that before or since. Like he just looked confused to me.
I remember years ago, I went down to watch a Warriors game, and it was early in the season, and they had just drafted Michael Pietrus, and he was coming out of France, and you're watching him on the court. They were doing warm-ups with him. They're doing sort of the run-through like they do with every player. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, that guy wouldn't make a high school team. He was so bad. And he turns out to be like a really, really good role player in the NBA. Someone who you had to spend a lot of time developing, and they spent the time, they spent the energy, and the payout was huge. But those initial times were like, holy smokes. And then with a guy like Papianis, what happened there is, he barely played on his European team because he was so young. And he might have played in U16 or U18 or U19, whatever. And you saw a little bit of him. And then you watched him shoot a bunch of shots, and you watched him rebound when he's doing like 1-on-0 work, right? And you thought, oh man, all of this looks really good. He's great. I think Enes Kanter put up one of the great like 1-on-0 workouts that we've ever seen. Like that video of him working out was like, holy cow, this guy's gonna be a superstar. And he moves all the way up to number 2 in the draft, number 3 in the draft. The point though is that like, you need these guys to work out. You need them to run up against players. And, the whole Dave Yeager workout with De'Aaron Fox, it's always drawn so much curiosity. Like if you can't get a player to go up against somebody, then you better be creative about how you assess them. And Yeager had De'Aaron blindfolded and had him run through drills blindfolded to see how he did and to see how he reacted. And they're like, oh, man.
That's kind of crazy.
Dave was watching Instagram basketball trainer videos.
I don't know. Like you got to find out though.
Wiggly sticks that you get in the pool. Like, hey, what are you doing?
Well, remember like the 2010 draft? No, the 2009 draft. Tyreek Evans, right? So Tyreek Evans has this workout of all workouts. It's him, Steph Curry, Brandon Jennings, and I think it was Johnny Flynn. Yeah. I think that was the 4 that came into Sacramento. They like killed each other in workouts. They're going at each other. It's like this great workout. And then you realize that Tyreek Evans was a 6'6" grown man, and everyone else was like 6 foot tall and weighed like 130 pounds. And he just blew everybody away. But the reason I bring him up is in that same draft, Ricky Rubio refused to work out for anyone, right? And so Ricky Rubio was going to be a number 1 or number 2 pick. I think Blake Griffin's the number 1 pick in that draft.
That's right.
Rubio is supposed to go number 2, but he falls all the way to either number 5 or number 6. I'm not sure because Minnesota had pick 5 and 6 back to back. And that's where they spent them on, of course, 2 point guards. And I think they drafted 4 point guards that year, including Ty Lawson and like Nick Kalathis. But that 5 and 6 pick, it's just wild because no one had seen Rubio, like he wouldn't work out for anyone. And then he comes to Sacramento and, he goes out to dinner and like his mom's cutting his steak when they're out to dinner. And the Kings were just concerned that he was just really, really young and immature. And then he got drafted and he didn't come over. They had to wait for him for a year. It's just a whole bunch of crazy in that year. But that's what you're dealing with in the NBA draft process. You're dealing with parents, you're dealing with players who have, they're on their 8th stop in 2 weeks and they're just dog tired and they're going up against the same dude that they went up against before. I always tell like Tobias Harris would come in at like 220 and he was working out going 1-on-1 against Tyler Honeycutt at 165. But they were both small forwards, so you were using them as comps to go against each other. Well, they went against each other like 7 times during the draft process. What do you do? Tobias Harris outweighed the kid by 60 pounds. So one of them goes like number 19 or 20 in the draft. The other one falls to the 2nd round. God bless his soul. But there's a lot of weird stuff that happens during the draft process.
Can I get two quick follow-ups so they'll be lost? One, I'm happy to hear Yorgos Papianis is developed. Like I wasn't trying to insult him. Like I'm happy to hear he's developed and he's playing well and like good for him. Still look lost on an NBA floor.
Oh yeah.
2, you mentioned the cutting up his steak and it just sparked the question. If you order like a filet, you're cutting like a piece at a time, right? Like you're not cutting the whole thing all at once. Are you?
Oh no, I think his mom took the plate and cut it up like into little cubes for him and handed it back to him.
So like that's but
she
like,
wasn't like
me,
slicing and
no,
beating
see,
him.
to me, no, I got you. But to me, that not even having his mom do it, just cutting the steak up all at once is a red flag.
That I agree with that too.
The steak should be cut
as you
one piece at a time.
It's not even that his mom's cutting it.
It's
You're
not
just
that his mom's
frustrated.
doing it. It's
You're frustrated by the way he cut it. It's
really
cooling. You don't want the whole thing cold. Like that
You
doesn't make any sense.
you don't cut the whole steak at once. You cut a piece and then you eat it, and then you cut another piece and then you eat it.
Yeah. Hey, and like, look, Ricky Rubio is a very good NBA player for a long time.
Oh, absolutely.
But there's this, even throughout his career, there's a little bit of just him being a little on the soft side. And that's, I think, what the Kings saw. And you're looking at this is, if you make the wrong pick at 4, it's millions and millions of dollars that you've wasted. Look at the Thomas Robinson thing. The Kings had to bail on him before the NBA trade deadline in his rookie season. I mean, he literally was just trash as an NBA player. And the guy that went the next pick was Damian Lillard. I mean, you can't make those types of mistakes, and you have to have guys in your gym. And again, Thomas Robinson, for what I know, never worked out for the Kings at all, where Damian Lillard came in and hit like 99 out of 100 shots, and they just couldn't stop gushing. They loved him, and then they didn't take him. And again, there's reasons why they didn't. And you had just drafted Jimmer the year before, and you drafted Isaiah Thomas with the last pick, and both of them, you had hopes for still. And he was going to be a point guard. Lillard was a point guard, but just think of how much that changed the franchise trajectory. If you had Damian Lillard and DeMarcus Cousins as young players growing together and in their heyday, and Damian Lillard coming in as a very, very mature, like 4-year player, that was, what Lehigh. No, that's CJ McCollum. What's that?
Weber State.
Yeah, Weber State. Yeah. So what you're getting was like a really, really mature, like 22-year-old player coming in that would have been able to step in and play major minutes right away. It's just, you just can't make mistakes like that when you're a team or a franchise like the Kings.
Well, thankfully, those mistakes are over and the Kings championships are on the way. We'll come back. We'll talk more with our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, when D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry, I thought of the Anthony thing so late.
I'm looking at Tyreek Evans highlights. This guy was a problem.
Tyreek?
Yeah, Tyreek is a bad dude.
Yeah, it's
just really... I think about that, like Tyreek and Steph, right? That's what you just said. Steph was that draft. Like Steph, I don't know that Steph would have been Steph here. Like, because remember, Steph in the start of his contract was, remember he signed that second deal on a bargain because there were so many concerns about him. Like, he might not even have got that opportunity here.
Yeah, he got the 4-year 48 because he had ankle injuries.
The way this franchise was at the time, he might not even have gotten that opportunity to do that here. And he would have become Steph somewhere else. So I don't think about that one the same way I think about the Dame Lillard one. The Dame Lillard one was just a flat out miss, just a total screw up, because Dame could have been Dame here. I don't know if Steph would have been. I still think Steph would have been this guy. I just don't think he would have been it here. They would have. I don't know that they would have done the 448 or whatever.
And the killer about Dame is they all saw it.
Yeah,
they saw it and they said, "Nah, we're not going to pick him."
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind that Kings switched ownership right then, and Tyreek didn't get the 448. He got that deal, but he got it from New Orleans.
Yeah.
And, the Kings did this sign and trade for Gravis Vasquez and like some second round picks or something. It like you bailed on a player that was actually had performed really well. He was you were getting like diminishing returns, and you were, 4 years in, you still had no idea what position he played. You had the kickback from the brothers where, they wanted him at the point guard position. We're like, why would you give up an advantage where you have a 6'6", 230-pound dude that's running over everybody, and you want to go put him at small forward because he matches up better? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So there was a lot of like back and forth, but like all of those drafts, like the Jimmer draft, Kemba Walker, I believe was number 9 right before Jimmer. Brandon Knight was number 8. Number 7 is where the Kings drafted, but it was Bismack Biyombo, and they traded him for was it Jimmer and John Salmons, and the Kings sent out number 7 and Beno Udrih.
The good old days.
Isn't Zimmer doing something like he's killing in the 3-on-3 team? USA?
Oh yeah, he's killing it with 3.
He's on the Team USA 3-on-3.
Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, I think, what is he, 32 probably at this point?
That's a big deal, man. Good for him.
Jimmer
get himself a gold medal.
I'm really surprised he never got another opportunity in the league. I know he probably couldn't start or nothing like that, but the way he can shoot off the bench and score, man, I always feel like there got to be some place for him in the league, but
yeah,
he never stick.
A lot of the problems was all of his work is off the dribble. None of it was ever catch and shoot. And so he wasn't comfortable off ball, and that was a problem. In order to have Jimmer really like maximize, you needed him to be the primary, the everything. And then you had to worry whether or not he was good enough, So like the mentality of Jimmer was very specific. And I mean, talk about a great kid. I mean, that dude was awesome. And his wife, Whitney, was here with him, just spectacular people. His parents were in town all the time. We even, because he got drafted in 2011, and then the lockout hit, and I went up and spent time with their family up at Edgewood for the celebrity golf tournament that summer, because they were during the lockout, and it was just kind of like wide open. You could go and hang out with them. So I spent 2 days walking around with them and hanging out, and just good people, easygoing, like really focused. Yeah. And that was also the good old days when Jimmer's brother decided to go crazy on social media and say something about not playing.
Oh, that's happens.
Well, Jimmer came out and apologized the next day and said that will never happen again. Never happen again.
Good.
So yeah, that's something I miss. I miss the accountability.
Hey, did we talk to him about Alex Lynn? Was that with James, or were we discussing that with you and I?
I don't think I discussed Alex Lynn.
Now we'll ask you about Alex Lynn. I'll let Kenny eat, and I'll ask you. We welcome everybody back. I'm struggling, man.
We're back.
I muted the mic real quick because I was like, okay, get a good voice clear, and let's do this. It's like, man, this is it. This could be the last.
Carry Damon out.
The last edition.
Jordan.
It's the last edition of D-Lo and KC ever. The voices just decided. I've had the voice is Jimmy Butler right now. It's Jimmy Butler at the end of the
flat out disappeared.
Final. He's just, well, there's that too. I wasn't going that harsh, James. Jeez. Did that game last night go the way you expected?
Absolutely. I'll even tell you this. Like, I haven't done my prize picks in a while, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a prize picks for this first game of the finals. They did like a deal with Jokic where it was like, if he scores over 0.5, he's won. So I did a 6 pick. I went under on Jimmy Butler at 26.5. And he scored 13. I went over on Kyle Lowry at like 12.5. Oh no, it was way less than that. It was 7.5. And he ends up scoring like 10. All of them, I hit every single one of a 6 pick except for Michael Porter, who was at 15.5. And all I needed was one basket. And if you go back and watch that fourth quarter, he bricks a corner 3. He attacks the basket, goes all the way up to dunk it, and then bounces it down to Jokic, who gets fouled. Like one time after another, right at the last second, he went up for a layup and got blocked. And I ended up, I won $50, but I would have won $625 if it wasn't for Michael Porter coming up 1.5 points short.
That's tough. That's tough.
It was harsh.
The real question, James, is how many times did you yawn during that game?
Stop it. Will you stop?
I
the over for under on that one.
I thought it was fine. Like
This
No,
series,
it wasn't
this
exciting.
series is boring, James. And I love, I love Hoop. I love Jokic. I love Jimmy Butler. I love Coach Spo, Bam, all these guys. This series has no pizzazz whatsoever. So far.
I don't know,
This
man.
series, one game into it, overreaction Caraway.
One game. I mean, you look at the Boston series and the pizzazz of that series. Like Miami should be able to do
finals of all time.
Miami. Well, it's the same team. One of the teams, the better team, is in the finals, so they should be fine. I mean,
the Nuggets are the best team in basketball. It's not about how good they are. They're just, this whole thing is just boring.
Well, I don't know. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good stuff. You should probably do prize picks, and so you're sitting there screaming at the TV like everyone else. Yeah.
I do. Before we get into business with James Ham,
The business of basketball.
The business of basketball.
We were gushing all over that adorable picture of Keegan Murray holding De'Aaron Fox's son. Did you see it? You hadn't seen it?
I didn't see it.
Oh, you've got it. You've got to see it. James.
Is it on the gram? That's why.
No, it's on. Well, it originated from the gram, yes, but it's on Twitter.
Who clipped it and put it up? I'll go find it.
I don't know.
James, it's virtually impossible to not
Jill has
find
it on her
at this
timeline.
point. It's on Jill's, mine. It's pretty much everywhere.
It's just an adorable picture. But when you see it, you'll go, oh, when you see it. But I talked
Rain
about
giving Keegan the look Ryan gave me the first time I held her.
Oh yeah, I got it. I see it. Yeah, the head tilt. Yeah.
So I saw it yesterday, and I mentioned like those are the type of moments that I don't know if endure a team to a fan base is the right word, but it does. Like it's like, oh man, this is a family. Like this is so cool. This team and the connection they have with each other, and they're connected with the city and all this other stuff. And I know it's real easy to say, you know, how close the team is because they won. But is this the closest team that you've been around with the Kings? Were there teams that didn't perform well, but they were really close, got along really well, you know, had a good energy, they just didn't win? Is this the closest team you've been around?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that there for the last couple of years, it's been building towards like a really good culture. And I think a lot of that is that a lot of the young players that you had kind of grew up together and now they are a certain age. But I've talked about this so many times where like almost every player on this team walked into the season like 24, 25, 26. They're all in this same basic like spot in life, right? So a lot of them are having kids or just had kids. Remember, Harrison Barnes had a little girl, I think 2.5 years ago. And then I was surprised. Sabonis's little dude is 14 months old, which just tells you how fast time goes by. I mean, that's crazy that he's already 14 months because he, they had him right after Domas got traded to Sacramento. So I think it's really cool that all of them are in sort of the same spot. And what that does is, and again, I'll say this again, all the assistant coaches, all of them have little kids. The front office, Wes's kids are a little bit older, but Monty has like 3 kids under the age of 5 or 6 now, probably. There's one daycare with 13 kids from the Kings that all go to the same daycare. And what that does is that all of your support staff, your wives, and girlfriends, they all have friends. They all have people who are in similar situations that, if you need an emergency, someone needs to pick your kids up from school, you've got all these people to call. You've got, it's a real family atmosphere. And so, yeah, I think like culturally everyone gets along. Like it's like, it feels good. It's a good vibe inside the locker room. They're messing with each other. It's a little different than it used to be. We used to have a lot more time where 6 or 7 guys are in the locker room, together, like just hanging out and yapping back and forth at each other. And so you get a little bit more of the personality. Now it's usually like one or two guys in the locker room at a time. But overall, I think that this is a very, very good tight knit group, and they're only going to get closer as time goes by, especially with when you factor in the little kids that are growing up with these guys. That go ahead.
My bad. I was just gonna say, what about the scores?
No, the scores. I mean, because you had some big personalities on that kind of pulled guys together, and there was like a fun hoop world that was going on there. But like, let's not act like there weren't guys in that locker room that didn't get along or that had personal issues off the court or had issues between their dads or any of that stuff. Like, there were some things that were going on with that group where it kind of kept them from being as good as they probably, they were way better than they should have been. I guess that would be the first thing.
Kenny's blocked out the Marvin Bagley era, apparently.
Well, and I'll also tell you this, like the scores, it's such a great story, but you know, let's not forget that Iman Shumpert was traded at the trade deadline, and that and it was time. Like things were good, and then they maybe weren't as good, and then he doesn't go on to go play for 3 or 4 more years and become a big player on some other team. That was pretty much his last hurrah. He went to, where did he go in that trade?
Houston. It was Houston. He was, because they played Houston the day he was traded.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, he was. I think we were watching to see what bench he was going to sit on, and I don't remember which one it was. Wait. I think there was a 3-team. Maybe he was traded to Cleveland.
Well, Cleveland is where George Hill went that year, and that's where Iman came from.
Because Alec,
he came from Cleveland. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, yeah. So it was a year before they traded George Hill to Cleveland. They got Iman Shumpert back, who had one more year left at like 15 or $11 million or something. And then at the trade deadline, they did deal him. They dealt him away. And like, from my point of view, like, I thought it was a good vibe. It was fun. A lot of the players were really, really young. So what they had was like a ringleader, as opposed to like what we see now, where a bunch of guys are like the same age. So like
a ringleader, and Shump was the ringleader.
Yeah, Shump was like the big dominant voice in the locker room. Yeah. And a big dominant voice that would do like incredible Eddie Murphy laughs and stuff. And and none of the players had any idea what he was doing. They had no idea who Eddie Murphy was, because they were all so young. So he would do these voices, or he would do the Coming to America stuff, and all of us are laughing in the media, and they're like, and Buddy would come over to like, do you know what he's doing there? He's like, I have no idea. Why?
I wouldn't get along
why is
with
that
none
funny?
of them dudes, man. I love Eddie Murphy. I wouldn't get along with none of them dudes.
Yeah.
Keegan Holden Rain is an all-timer.
Oh, that's a hell of a picture. Right? Shout out to Rasay for capturing that picture and sending it to the internet, because that is just and just the perfect look from Rain.
Yeah.
Like, I'll find the picture of me and Ryan, and you see, like, that must just be the baby look when inexperienced men hold them. Like, yo, get me away from this idiot right here. This dude about to drop me, Mom. Will you please get me back from him?
It's very possible he's just
get me back from a barf on his jacket.
He's just copying the straight face of Keegan. He's just like, yeah. I got to meet Baby Rain near the end of the season, so beautiful little dude.
Yeah. Here's this is the look I got.
Oh yeah,
that's the look I got. Get
like,
this away from me. I think that's right when she made that. Oh no, that's when she made the noise that scared me. I was like, "Hey, Jazz,
look at this,
Jazz."
You know what stands out right away? What stands out right away?
Broken.
What stands out right away is D'Lo is that dude who plays shortstop on the softball field wearing all white, and you're just like, bro. I know if I hit the ball 3 feet to your left or 3 feet to your right, there ain't no way you're going to get down to go get it. You ain't going down to go get the ball. So I'm just going to hit right around you while you stand there and look pretty at shortstop.
Hit the Carl Lewis. Uh-oh.
You got that all white, like, bro, don't wear all white to go see a baby. Come on.
It was at this point we both knew we were in trouble.
That's right. Next time you wear the green flannel, because that will hide that stuff, man. You even got like big pockets there. Baby throws up in your pocket. It's okay. It's in the pocket. I still look good.
That's fine. Only a 10-hour day live at Sky River Casino ahead.
That's right. That's right.
Got the same look. Baby Ray, same look.
It's just the universal. It's the universal. This dude does not know what he's doing. Look from babies.
That's right. That's right.
Baby.
Man. Kenny,
I love babies. Bring the babies. I'll hold the babies. I don't care. I love the babies.
Kenny brought up earlier this week something we hadn't really thought about before. I don't think we've discussed this with you, a realistic scenario where Alex Len is back with this team?
I don't. And that's not because I think Alex is a horrible player. I just, number one, he doesn't fit the system. Number two, at some point, you have to actually give Neemias Queta a shot. And like, if you're going to go with a big boy to back up Sabonis, that's why I've kind of pushed the idea of, I like Trey Lyles. I like Trey Lyles as a small ball 5. I like Neemias Queta as a third center with the potential to be more down the road. He's a kid that you draft, you put some time and energy into, and then next thing you know, he comes in second in the MVP balloting. He's all G League, first team defense, all G League first team, as sort of like all NBA stuff. Like he really does. He's taken steps that you expect. Like if you're going to draft a guy, you're going to put time and energy into him. You're going to hope he develops. He's done it. He's checked all the boxes, right? So at some point you're going to have to give him an opportunity. And so like, why? I'm just not sure with Alex. I think Alex could very well like go back to Europe. I think there's possible he ends up on a roster as like, again, a third center. And he was a pro the whole year. He went through a lot the whole year with the Ukrainian stuff. His dad was missing for some time. He was like weeks and weeks without knowing where his father was, whether he had to evacuate and move to Russia or all kinds of crazy stuff. So I would check in on him all the time in the locker room just to make sure he knew that we weren't just going to ignore him and act like he wasn't there. But he had moments where he was okay on the court. And could he help somebody? Yeah, I think so. I just think that it kind of ran its course. I don't think that there's a reason to bring him back, in my opinion.
I only brought it up because I just wondered if maybe, because some of the things that you would say when you would talk to him, I don't want to take for granted that, he wasn't playing. I'm sure he wanted to play every night, but it seemed like he was accepting of his role. He was okay with it. And I remember you saying all the time, he's just like thankful that he's in the league, that, that he's a part of something, that, he's a part of a team like this. And then you got to the end of the season where he was actually playing, and then he was like playing well. He was contributing. He played in the playoffs, played some minutes. And I just wondered if maybe he could come back maybe in the same exact role, like a guy that probably will go 15 to 16 games straight without playing, maybe play 1 or 2 games, then back to not playing for, 10 games. And if you have the right matchup, if you're in a bit of a pinch, he can come in there and give you some minutes and be accepting of that. So that's kind of where it came from. And I would figure that type of person would be relatively cheap. I agree. You want to see what you have with Queta, but I always look at Queta as probably being the backup center in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right. Like there could be a spot for him, but I think that the one thing that we always do anytime we discuss like the backup center position, number one, we don't even bring up Chimezie Metu. And number two, we completely omit Rashawn Holmes. You got 2 years of $25 million left of Rashawn Holmes.
James, he didn't play this year.
Well, I totally agree, but maybe there's a way that he spends a summer working in Sacramento and working his way into the good graces of Mike Brown and finds a way to be impactful and help a team.
Well, I mean, I love that. I mean, wouldn't that be the best?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be the best scenario for everyone involved?
And you know, the crazy thing about it is, I know there was the time late in the season where he didn't look good at all. But I think the only other time I remember him playing was that Lakers game.
Yeah.
Where he was able to perform, he was able to do something. So, yeah, James, I mean, maybe they all sit down and come together and be like, last year was crazy.
Throw it away.
How do we make this work? And maybe.
Yeah, there was a point early in the season when he played like a handful of games in a row. I remember him going up against Weissman and in one of the Golden State games in the first like 2 weeks of the season. And so they did give him an opportunity. It just didn't work out, and it wasn't going to work out, and the style of play wasn't going to work out. And then every time he came in the last half of the season, he shot and hit 3-point shots. And you're just like, man, and man, there is not a more strange. Well, the Kings like own the market on the strangest 3-point shots in the league, and that's Matthew Dellavedova, which I don't even know what that was. It hurt me to watch. And then Rashawn Holmes does this weird thing where his hands like behind the ball and underneath the ball, and he kind of cups it weird, and then he throws a full like knuckleball at the rim, and it goes in, and you're like, okay, well, you've done that a whole bunch of times. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to mess with it because you at least know how to hit it. Yeah, but it was sad to see him like be a shell of the player that he was before. And I don't understand why they couldn't have found a way to work him out, especially when that's one of the types of players that you needed on this roster. You needed a Brandon Clark type player. And the fact that he was never able to really like step into that role and provide some energy and spark and, and some, wide open alley-oop dunks. Like, you got Malik Monk running alley-oop layup lines with Chimezie Metu and everyone else on the team, but Rashawn Holmes, who's one of the best alley-oop guys in the league, can't figure it out. I was very confused by what happened.
One thing that obviously the scenario is perfect. I love the idea. One concerning aspect to it is, James, it's like you could throw out last year if you want to, but it's been like 2 years now because of what happened with Rashawn the year before. It's been 2 years since he's really, really played basketball.
No, I totally agree. And, and in that time,
he's played. I mean, obviously he's practicing and all that, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
as part of games and rotations and stuff like that.
Yeah, realistically, the best case scenario, you said, wouldn't that be the best case? The best case scenario is that you find him a place where he can reset his career and start over. And, I don't know if that job is out there, because we talk about Alex Len. Is there a $2.6 million minimum scale spot on a roster for his years of service for Alex Len? Maybe, but that's the problem with Alex. Like, if you're looking at a $4 million contract this last year, it's really not that much. You're not saving that much to bring him back, like $2.6 million, when you can get Keita for way cheaper than that. Or at least a couple $100,000 cheaper than that. And when it comes to Rashawn, like, how do you reset? He's owed $25 million. Like, the only way he's either going to be traded as just cap filler in a trade, or you're going to have to give up something to get rid of his contract, or he's going to go somewhere, or he's going to get bought out in Sacramento or bought out somewhere else, and then have to go reset and find his way back into the league that way. And it's tough because he's, everything that, while I've been around him, he's a good dude. He's got a good family, as far as parents and brothers and all that stuff. He had the off the court stuff, but I think he just needs a full-fledged reset and like a reboot somewhere else.
The off the court stuff, by the way, that worked out in his favor.
It did. It did.
Which is
in his favor, but like
he
everyone knows.
Yeah, your point was he had to go through it.
Well, yeah, but you also have to know that, like, he's got a 6-year-old, so that experience isn't over, and that's gonna, he shares that child with someone else for the next 12 years until they're 18, but maybe even longer than that, because they're your child. So those situations, they feel like they go away. They don't go away. It's still there.
His kid's off at 18. Like, hey, my contract was for 18 years. I told you I'm about to have one giant bedroom upstairs and a bar downstairs. So y'all keep it moving.
That's right. I'm going to need a bigger bar.
I like that. I like that. Make sure you check out all of James's amazing work over at thekingsbeat.com. Become a subscriber over there. Yet better yet, become a premium subscriber over there. Make sure you head over to the Kings Beat YouTube channel as well. You could subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast with James and Brendan Nunez and Sean Cunningham as well. Of course, you can get that podcast wherever you get podcasts from. Check out our conversation with Ty Dolla $ign on the latest episode of Corners of the Culture, available again wherever you get podcasts from. And most importantly, have a wonderful weekend. If you're listening on ESPN 1320 or the Odyssey app and you want more Kings talk, you want more D'Lo and KC, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Giants.
Show is over.
I forgot I was going to make an announcement. We have a happy hour set for Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, not Thursday, but this coming Tuesday. No, it's okay.
We can plug it Monday.
Yeah, let's do that. But I'll break the news on who the guest is right now. If people are,
let's do it.
Yeah.
Are people still there? Are you guys?
Oh no, they're here.
You're interested in knowing who's the guest on the happy hour? Like this has been difficult to find people that, because it's the start of the off season, so some people are just trying to get away and all that stuff. But I was actually able to lock up one of my favorite people from old days of Kings, and that is Gary St. Jean is going to come
very
in.
Nice.
Saint, a former
Very
Sacramento Kings
nice.
head coach who led the team to the 95-96 playoffs and is one of the absolute best dudes you're ever going to run into. He is super fun and super crazy, and I am super excited because he's a very, very good guest. And he just spent years working the Warriors telecast for NBC Sports Bay Area. So, you know, he's good on TV. And, you know, of course, we do have a few on the happy hour, and Gary is always red in the face. So he'll fit right in with all of us. Yeah, just talk about one of the great dudes. And I cannot wait to hear some of the crazy stories. And so, yeah, the happy hour is going to be a good time. So that's going to be Tuesday, June 6th from 5:30 to 7:30. Got to be a premium subscriber to the Kings Beat.
Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. I mean,
that'll be real nice.
Big part of the crowd still saw it today, and we'll make sure we hit that on Monday so it gets on the radio also. That'll be
sweet.
That'll be a lot of fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We're gonna sign off so we can get the hell out of everybody's way. Thanks for hanging with us this week, and we'll see you Monday. Have a great weekend.
Holla.